hold on to your butts, storm chasers. Here's the man of the hour, the painter extraordinaire, Thunderhead.
Blah. Blah, says Vergatarung. He's late! He's late, says We Are the Gamers, who is, in fact, Greg, the Salt Miner. They let him change his name. I don't know why they let him do that. He's just going to shirk all the responsibility for the terrible, terrible slander. Is my mic not working? Is my mic not working right now? Hang on. It is? Why isn't it showing it on my... That's weird. It is not showing it on my audio levels. It is showing my alert box. It's showing Pretzel for my main mic input. It doesn't show anything. I don't know why that is. I looked at my levels and I was like, nothing's moving, so I don't know if anybody's hearing me. But hey, if you guys hear me, then I am not going to worry about it for right now. My OBS needs an overhaul anyway, he said consistently, like 7 streams in a row. What can I say? My time is divided pretty widely these days. Puck Duncher also with the sub. Thank you so much. A 6-month streak in 7 months from We're the Gamers. By the way, if you're not following We're the Gamers, also known as Greg the Salt Miner yet, you absolutely should. You absolutely should. He did a little bit of design streaming the other day, and I think we're going to see some more content out of him pretty damn soon. Facecam is dark. Is it actually? Well, you know what it is? I don't have my usual lights on behind me. That I genuinely, generally. That other G word, you know the one? Gim gam glim glam, as they say in the hood. I don't think that's not. Nobody says that anywhere. Hopefully going to be streaming prop modeling tonight. What are you going to be working on? So how much of the dropship... This is a very, very small portion. So, okay, let me explain this. The dropship, when completed, is going to be... So this is the front here. That's right there. Possibly a little further, possibly about this far. But about that large for the overall dropship. The whole thing is blocked out, and there are a number of details that are done. So what I've done is I've blocked out and created the primary shapes for it. And then I started realizing that not all of these shapes are going to print perfectly at standard orientation. Like if you just took this as one solid STL and went to get it printed, boom, steal your thunder. Another 6-month streak with the sub from Lord Hethrir. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate your support, and as always, your wonderful, not at all trolling presence. Just as always. Sci-fi modern props for terrain, crates, barrels, etc. Well, that should be fun. When are you going to get started? Hey, Datron Voltari, good to see you. White Wolf, there's some mare. We got Vergatarung. I know I saw Roland in there. How you doing, Sentient Pickle? How are things? Okay, so yeah, the whole thing's going to come out to be about this far. It's all blocked out. The basic shapes are done right now. And a gift sub. Just to keep it going. Apparently. Thank you so much, Greg. Over to Tiger Wraith 1, one of our new followers. Not gonna have to watch commercials anymore. Isn't that just the dream? No commercials the rest of my life. Where can I subscribe for that? Where's the life sub where they just don't make me watch commercials anymore? I don't think those exist. I don't think they do. Absolutely, Ghost. Well, you would be... What was your name? What was your name on Discord? Yeah, I remember we talked about your mini, but you weren't able to be here. All right, let me finish what I'm talking about here. So you can see it's divided up into these parts, because what I did was I started blocking out the big broad shapes to then go in for detailing for the whole thing. And then I realized that if you just took this block the way it is and printed it right off the bat, you'd be having some trouble right in here. This soft curve that comes all the way down here, this would become those ziggurat steps. And even if you sliced it at like 0.12, you'd still get that. It would just start to recede, and you'd have these nasty, jaggy steps, and you'd have to come in here and sand it down and smooth it. And I'm like, fuck that. We can do better. We can do better than that. Can't we? because I'm really trying to make things that require a minimum amount of interaction after the fact. A minimum silent line. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, your stuff was really good. And then thank you so much for submitting it for us to take a look at. I hope that you feel like participating in the Storm Report today. So, I'm breaking it up into pieces and creating mechanical connections and test printing the broad shapes to make sure that you can print this dropship easily and reliably. And most importantly, it's not going to be entirely supportless, but mostly supportless. For instance, this nose cone piece here. This is a supportless print. This requires no supports. It prints like this, sticking up from the plate, and what this does is it putting your layers this way, it lets this curve be nice and smooth all the way up, so all you need to do is hit it with a little bit of filler primer, and then paint it. You really shouldn't have to do any other finishing work on it. And then this front portion then is nice and flat and ironed along with this detail here. But then as soon as you do that, I'm looking at the bridge section, which has a soft curve to the front of it. And so if this were attached here and you printed, you'd wind up with the same jaggy mess here. So the whole thing is getting subdivided out into these parts so that you can run off. I think the whole thing's going to wind up being like, I think it's like 20 parts. I think it's about 20 parts. But by doing it in that many pieces, that means that you're not going to have any 24-hour prints you're trying to do where it, you know, fails in the last 2 hours, or you have one bad layer and the whole thing is ruined. I'm so sick of that. And that's happened. I mean, some of the first things I released for Trinity City are very, very large. Trinity Tower has that problem. And any buildings as large as Trinity Tower that are being released in the future are all getting this treatment, this subdividing treatment, so that you can print it up in smaller parts and then assemble it. And it also, like I said, it lets me do things like, you know, the bridge prints flat this way so that you get a nice curve here and a nice iron flat top here, and then you can just slot, glue that, and you have the front of the ship, you know? Now there's a lot more this is bare bones detail. There is a lot more detailing to come on the surface of this, but this is one of those things where I want to do the mechanics of it, the big pieces, the important shapes, print out all the tests, make sure everything fits, and then go in and do detailing, because it is so much easier to do detailing on things like this after you're sure all the mechanical pieces work than it is to get it to work, or rather than it is to detail the whole thing, make it beautiful, and then go in and figure out, wait, how the fuck does this actually fit together? It's been an interesting development process. I'm anticipating being done with this before the end of the month. I'm shooting for before the end of the month, and I've started blocking out a Trinity City integrated landing platform to go with this as well, so that you should have something that fits this dropship in particular and has some little loading ramps on the side and everything, and hopefully that'll be done around the same time. It might take a little bit longer. It might take a little bit longer. It always takes some time. But so far it's been a productive week or so working on it. Needs more greebles. You're absolutely right. Steiner Miniatures. Yeah, it's we're working on a dropship. Yeah, no, the greebles are coming. I did a little bit more work on Dr. Octopus after that last Marvel Crisis Protocol stream, and I'm pretty pleased with how it ultimately came out. The goggles gave me a little bit of trouble. They're just, some of the details on the Marvel Crisis Protocol figures are just a little bit soft. Just a little bit soft, and I kind of have to go in and sketch him in myself. That kind of happened with his face. He has a bit of a goofy-looking face as a result, but it's Dr. Octopus. You know, he's always had a bit of a goofy look. He's a goofy-looking guy. You know, what are you going to do? What's going on, Larrabit? Good to see you. I think the shadowing worked out pretty well on the arms. They're basically just shadow beneath, and then they've got some decent detail up top. I did like a teeny little bit of glaze of this pink magenta to do like a mild OSL effect. It barely took, it barely exists, and I just don't think I care enough to go back in and do it but much more strongly. I think this is pretty good. Considering every time I paint one of these Marvel Crisis Protocol figures, I'm always like, we're gonna do this to tabletop quality, and then I spend 4 hours painting it, and then I do more work after. I'm full of shit. You guys, why are you people, why are you even in this stream? Why do you listen to me? 90% of what I say is complete bullshit. Yeah, there's magnets on the bottom of it. I didn't do that. You can't blame me for this. This was not my work. This is the guy who assembled these, who owns these figures. When I complete these Marvel Crisis Protocol figures, they are going in a box and they are heading down to Florida, and I will never see them again until I go down to Florida to visit Space Laser Jack. At which point, he's going to kick my ass with the models that I painted. That's happened way too many times in my life, guys. Way too many times in my life. I have painted models. I've been proud of the models. I've sent the models off to their final home. I've gotten together with the person I painted the models for, and they've kicked my ass because I suck at all these games. What does that say about me as a man? I don't know. Oh, let's set Doc Ock aside for a little while. So, the plan today, we are going to be continuing to experiment a little bit with oil paints. I have the base blue down on this unseen Shadowhawk slash Dougram. And I am going to try to do some shading on this blue using oils. That's really my only goal for this mini tonight, is just to experiment with doing some highlights. I learned a lot from last time. Last time we were doing oils, I was working in that Soltic round facer, and I got some good progress on it, but I was still thinking in terms of acrylics. I was still thinking in terms of layers. And so I took my bright green and I took some yellow and I mixed them to get them close to the base, and I highlighted with that. I realize now that if I'm thinking in terms of oils, all oils are essentially transparent paints. So I should have just used the yellow. I should have just used my highest yellow, laid it down, and then worked that out into my blended highlights. So we're going to try going a little bit more extreme on this model tonight and see if we can't get some highlights that we like. And I don't anticipate working on that for 4 hours. So then I'm going to come over to Sentient Pickles Thug and try to get a little bit more work done on this, mostly highlighting up these gray parts. I'm pretty pleased overall with the blue and the purple. I think each of them need maybe one more round of quick highlights followed by a wash, and then the gray needs highlighting up. And I'm gonna say the cockpit glass needs doing. Have you seen the cockpit on this Thug? Can you see the cockpit on this Thug? Because I barely can, and it's right in front of my goddamn face. Right in front of my face, and I can't tell where that one is. Doing the lightning on the back. I think we're just doing lightning on the front for this one, Samare. I think we're going to leave the back, the blue-purple transition, and just the lightning bolt going across the front there. Number one, because I'm lazy, and number two, because I'm going to be doing a lot of lightning bolts on these mechs, apparently. And I guess it pays to differentiate a little bit, because I'm probably going to use this same pattern on another one, and I might do, like, on the front and the back go in the opposite direction, and at least then it'll look slightly different. But this whole... It looks like in the Storm Chaser section of the Discord, it's been popular lately to find pictures of actual lightning as inspiration for mech paint jobs. And I have to say, for a completely organic evolution, I love it. I love it. I love trying to create the combinations of light and just the interesting color variations that you get in actual lightning storms. Made with lightning. Real lightning. Your children will run as fast as Kenyans. Oh my god, that was 1 billion years ago. 1 billion years ago. What am I drinking today? This is a Breckenridge Brewing Company Breck Lager. It's just their standard lager. It's pretty tasty. Going local. Going local. Of course, living in Colorado, it's not hard to go local with my beers. Did you see the one with the bolt is hitting the tree? Yeah, I did forget around that fuck this tree in particular. I like that. So I've laid out my my Winsor and Newton brushes that I still have here, and I'm just going to pick a couple of these and sacrifice them to the oil gods. That's my plan, because I've got a number of these like really kind of cheap Syntho brushes, and they do fine for like big broad panels of oil, but I need at least some finer tip brushes for working with oils, or I'm never going to get anywhere. Realized that last time. I did pretty well with a crappy brush. And those are good for putting down colors, but then for actually doing the blend. So the oldest number 1 here, that's going to become an oil brush. What else have I got? This is a number 1 round miniature. This is a regular number 1 round. Oh, don't do that. This is a 0 round. This is a 0 round miniature. And this is just the 0 round. So I'm going to keep these 2. This one, these have both really seen better days. They don't hold points very well at all anymore, so those are definitely going to come over here. And then this 0. And I'm going to keep this 1 on reserve. I might wind up using it. Okay, I've got a good number of brushes. I could afford to make all 4 of these oil for different purposes. Maybe I'll keep you for acrylic for washes and such, and that way I'm taking 3 brushes out of rotation and making them dedicated oil brushes. That won't be too bad. What's everybody up to today? Grab your sable brushes that you just retired from acrylic. Yeah, you're describing what I just did. Live. We're the gamers. That is precisely what just happened. All the purple is in the bolt. Yeah, I was looking at that too, and I thought that's pretty cool. I like that, and I think that that's a good inspiration for a mech paint job. Because I've been doing mostly just blue in my lightning bolts. So why don't we vary it? Why don't we vary it? We should work some green in, for that matter. I've seen some incredible green lightning. I don't fully understand it. I think it might be space magic, but I've seen it. I have not, Samara. If you felt like linking that up in the Discord, I'd certainly check it out. Oh, lordy, lordy, lord. Alright. Let's play around some. Isn't that the Kroger store brand Mountain Dew? I think it might be, actually. Green lightning. Why, it could be greased lightning. The gray didn't come out too bad on this. I think if I just highlight that up with white, it'll actually work out pretty well. Then I'm going to want to come back in after this session with oils to do my base tones on my laser and my LRM here, since we're going with classic Dougram colors. That's going to be red. And the backpack will have a little bit of red on it on these tubes. The gun will mostly be gray. I think that's good. Not that much red. And then I'm going to go ahead and freehand with acrylics once the oil dries the little fang of the sun, yellow and red inverted triangle that goes on the shoulder and on the leg and such. Oh, God. Still trying to figure out what I want to do, and it's been a little over an hour. Rio, what are your options, man? What have I been up to? Not a goddamn thing. These meds are kicking my ass, and I haven't had a creative thought in literal days, Dark Fox. I'm sad to hear that, man. I'm sorry to hear that, but I'll tell you what, don't beat yourself up over it, man. We all need breaks. Particularly if we're dealing with medications. They can really take the piss out of you. So don't beat yourself up. Give yourself some time. You'll come back to it. And get all my pro acryls over here. Get my green back up here. I need to come up with a rack for my pro acryls. I gotta come up with some kind of a solution, because as of right now, they're just sitting on my desk and I feel like a hobo. Play some games then, Rio. Why the hell not, man? I've been playing, Wasteland 2 in the gaps between doing 3D designing for the last couple of days. Myself a little plastic cup here, and I've got some of my mineral spirits, and I've got a little tile that I'm going to use as a palette. I don't think I'm going to be using more than 1 or 2 colors today. I will say that's one of the nice things I'm noting about oil painting in particular. You don't really need to use that many colors, base colors. You can do a lot of mixing on your own. I'm going to pull out my phthalo blue, my French ultramarine, And some white. And I'm going to have black on standby. We're going to see how this goes. Watching Chaotic play Wasteland was pretty fun. Yeah, Chaotic Harmony has been playing Wasteland 3 for the last few streams. Just going and going and going. Holy hell, that guy, he's played like a 12-hour session. That guy's out of his mind. So, I'm going to get started with just a touch of this here Phthalo Blue. I haven't really used it before, so I'm not sure what's going to happen. I mean, I have a general idea of what's going to happen, but color-wise, it's going to be interesting. I want to put down a little bit of my French Ultramarine just to get a feel for how that looks, because I similarly have not used any of this. And then I'm going to start adding a little bit of white to get to a bright highlight color that I actually want to use. Let's take a look at some of this. I'm going to use my lower quality brushes, mostly for mixing on my palette, I think. Actually, I have a whole big thing of crappy, cheap synthetics here. I might as well use those. This is that Phthalo Blue with just a little bit of I'm just trying to get a look at the colors. What I'm going to be working with here. And this is French Ultramarine. Ooh, that is vivid. All these colors are vivid, though. All these oil paints are so vivid. Here's the French Ultramarine. And this is that Phthalo Blue. Somebody help me out here. What's the difference? What am I not seeing between the difference between Phthalo Blue and French Ultramarine? They seem very similar to me. I guess the Phthalo Blue is a little darker. Maybe it's a little gray. It's the teensiest bit gray. Maybe that's the difference. Let me get a little bit of my titanium white out here. Been on a great creative kick lately, but I can feel it grinding down and almost likely being at least a little bit of a slump shortly. It's the pattern. Yeah, no, that is, in fact, the pattern. You just have to learn, and I'm sure you guys know this. I'm sure that Dark Fox knows this. He's been working creatively for long enough. But, you know, you pick up on your own pattern. You learn when to just give yourself a break and when to push for the burn when that creativity is really rolling. But of course, I don't think meds don't help that. They actually, you find yourself interrupting your usual flow that way. Take some of this white and just mix it right in here. Just mix it right in. Ooh yeah. Ooh yeah. That's the business. That's a fantastic color. I think I can go lighter. I don't think there's any harm in going lighter than this. Let's take a bit more white and just mix it right in. After all, I've got plenty of blue here to mix in if I go too light. I think I can afford a bit more. Now, this is normally a color that I'd be very satisfied with layering if I was doing acrylics, but I feel like I still want to go lighter because of the way that oils blend. I think I really want to go for my highest highlight, and I don't think I'm there yet, so I'm going to try a little bit more white. Let's just take this whole glob and mix it in and see what happens. Adding blue is easy. Got a pretty good consistency. Yeah, that's pretty good. Almost like a sky blue that I've got going here. And that is kind of what I'm thinking. my highest color, because Dougram is a bit blue-gray. He's not a real saturated blue.
I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
Is
not
the
like
name
we're trying to get inside the
of
lines or anything.
the game. The name of almost every game. Almost every game there is. It does have a bit of that Larabic. It is very similar to Electric Blue. Get some color onto that palette. Anything except the direct complementary will enrichen. I don't think enrichen is a word. I realize this isn't a grammar stream, but I don't think enrichen is actually a word. White is one of the most opaque colors inverted from acrylics. That's interesting, because yeah, usually white is the biggest pain in the ass to put on. It's super transparent. It's a word if I want to... I mean, I knew what you were saying, so I guess there's an argument to be had there. That it is, in fact, a word. Even if it's a bit of a nonsense word. So it looks like hell on earth outside. I don't think I've mentioned that yet. But we have another fire here in Colorado that started up. Not far from where I live. And, the sun is red. And the skies are a sulfury yellow. And it has a very Doom 2 kind of look about it outside right now. It's a weird time weather-wise, because we're looking at a cold snap on Tuesday. Like, we're going from tomorrow, it's going to be 100 degrees and dry, and then starting midnight, I think fall itself is going to occur at approximately 10 p.m. Monday for approximately half an hour, and then fall's over. And it's going to be snowing, and it's going to drop to 40 degrees. Which is bullshit, by the way. I'm not at all excited by that. I'm not looking forward to that. But it'll be interesting. So I thought I'd give everybody a warning, just because that may mean that... I mean, we'll see what that means for Tuesday's stream. If the weather's real bad, I often can't stream. It's a little bit of a drawback of living as rurally as I do, and I live pretty much out in the sticks. Alright, so I'm going to start off just trying to apply a highlight to the lower edge of the foot here. And I'm just going to put my color down, generally in the area where I want the highlight to be strongest. And rinse this brush out a little bit, so that we've mostly just got mineral spirits. And then let's try to move it around some, see what happens. Thinned it out quite a bit there. Really try to leave my darkest colors untouched up on that top corner, and then just blend these out. It's not half bad. Let's try something similar on the top of the foot there. I'm going to try something. Grab a dark earth tone, thin it down to a thin glaze / thick wash. Glorb it all over the model and wipe it away. Gives a base to mix your mid and high tones into. Interesting. Yeah, I realize I'm using too many mineral spirits in general, if I'm being honest. Because my temptation is to swish my brush in the spirits as if it were just rinsing it off normally. Take that down. They don't need to be re-wetted because they're not drying constantly. For that matter, I don't need that much paint on the brush itself. This is why we practice and experiment, because I'm still not even a little bit used to the way these oils move. Just depositing my colors at this point. Get most of that color out of there so that I'm just using mineral spirits. Old habits die hard. I certainly am a victim of lots and lots of acrylic painting habits. Victim, yeah. Damn those acrylic painting habits. They're only incredibly useful the vast majority of the time, that's all. How you doing today, Greg? How are things? What's everybody up to today? Any good painting going on? Hope y'all are having a good Sunday. 2020's been a real bitch, but that doesn't mean we can't have good days every now and then. It's allowed. Lore friendly. As someone new to the whole oil thing, what are the use case / benefits of oil over acrylic? So lore friendly, oils, from what I've read / seen and now my brief experimentation with them, they blend very easily, and they absolutely do not dry for a good long time. So the benefit is that you can put down your colors and then you can just work with them for a very, very long period of time. You can spend a lot of time on your blends, and then if you don't like them, you can come back and you can try them all over again. You can put down colors and then just move them around instead of spending a whole lot of time layering, and get just the right amount. And because lately my paint jobs have been protracted, to say the least, and I'm not running on any sort of a schedule, I'm not painting things and, like, you know, needing to use them the next day or anything silly like that. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right, just a wipe actually does really well, doesn't it, Greg? I have the time to let them sit for 24, 48 hours. And then you can come back in with them later and do some acrylic detailing over top. And I would not take what I'm doing as a sign of, like, the best thing you can achieve with oils. I have very little idea at all of what I'm doing. I'm just figuring out. This is entirely experimental. I'm figuring out through trial and error how oils move and what I can do with my brush. This is only my second time putting them on a model at all. I've certainly watched some people like James Wapple, who does amazing things with oils. You can watch all day, but there's nothing quite like hands-on experience. And you know, like I said last Sunday anyway, 2020 in particular, I haven't felt like I've grown much as a painter this year. I've mostly just been doing familiar things, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's good, really. Familiar things becoming rote. But I need something new. I need something to keep my interest, and I feel like this is a good direction to go. Oh yeah, it's a good idea. Tiger Wraith, with this particular model, my reason for using oil paints is, number one, a desire to learn how to use oil paints to experiment and get a feel for them. And number two, this is a model that I myself designed and printed, so it costs me essentially nothing. The file cost me nothing, and the prints cost me mere pennies. And as a third point, it has a lot of broad, flat areas on it without lots of teeny tiny little details, and that kind of makes it ideal for trying out these oil blends on. And again, I would reiterate, I would not look to this stream or what I'm doing as a sign of, oh my god, this guy's really good at this and I should totally listen to him. This is someone who has never done this before in his life, just kind of playing with it, just making it up as I go. This was done on an Elegoo Mars resin printer, Tiger Wraith. I do pretty much all of my miniatures, my actual minis, on a resin printer anymore these days. A little more of just mineral spirits. No, that's too much. Thin that out. Actually, don't hate that too much. Needs a little bit of cleanup, but it's workable. Now, there are people out there, oil painting models, who do absolutely incredible, super fine tricks with them. Thus far, I am not one of those people. I am very much a, what the fuck am I doing kind of a painter at the moment. But with some effort, you know, we'll get there. That's better. Needed a little more spirits, actually, on the figure. You think so? I was thinking a complementary color for blue, so maybe like an ochre or a yellow, Greg. I want to get into 3D printing, but nowhere to put one yet. I can't have SLA until I can put it someplace my cats don't get into the resin. Now, I mean, I've got a couple of cats, and I haven't had any real problems with them getting into the printer. Your cats may be more active than mine. It's entirely possible. Yes, Tiger Wraith, it is off of a resin printer, specifically an Elegoo Mars. And yeah, I think that's a good idea, Greg, because it's a bit flat even with the blend. And consulting my color wheel, yeah, a nice ochre is going to be the complementary color to what I'm doing here. I'm just going to put it on here. Got no real reason not to. And that Greg We're the Gamers really highlights one of the reasons that I feel comfortable experimenting with oil on this model is I can just run another. In fact, I have over here on the right side of my workspace, I have another 6 of this figure kind of ready to go whenever I feel like it. Use my mixing brush here. I'm going to get this nice and thin. And yeah, no, Greg actually, We're the Gamers highlights another an interesting strength of oils is, in acrylics, we're really sort of taught not to mix contrasting colors too much. That's a strength of oil paints. You can take two colors that don't belong together at all and actually blend them fairly quickly and easily. Is one of the other reasons I want to do more oils is because I've been really kind of trying to push the importance of color temperature in my own work. And they do a fantastic job with that. I just mix whatever I want if I don't already have the color. Well, that's good thinking, actually. People learn to paint acrylics in lots of different ways. But you can really get away from layering with this. Janus Janus, how you doing? Love the pose on this model. I wasn't quite able to get the hand as choked up on the barrel of the weapon as I wanted, but I figured this does pretty well. Does it actually, Roland? What unit would it be? Actually realized that I could use my glove as a bit of a palette when I'm doing oils. Oops. Yeah, in fact I just did, without even meaning to. That's okay. Wiped through some of the paint that was on my glove and put it right on my model. Oh well. This is why we practice, to learn. I need just mostly oil spirit, or mineral spirits here for a second. Clean out this midsection a bit. Night Stalkers. A Cretan unit. Really? I was unaware. Making a bit of a mess on this leg right now. Yeah, that method you described of just mixing your own color if you don't have it, I agree. That will make you a better painter at the end of the day. Being more comfortable with mixing your own colors is not a bad thing at all. A lot of painters get stuck into the Citadel system of paint by numbers, and while there's nothing wrong with that, it doesn't promote a great understanding of color or pigment. Not that I have a great understanding of color or pigment, I just have an interest in it, and I try to learn as I go. I may want to go with something a bit ruddier than this ochre. Something a bit more orange. That's okay. And again, one of the strengths of working with oils is I can make that decision a bit late and still implement it decently. Roland, I've never gotten anything from AK, and after this whole fiasco, I don't think I'm going to. It's just one of those where I'm like, it looks like they make some nice stuff, but there are other people out there that make everything that they make. And it looks like they tried just a little too hard to be edgy about something that they really shouldn't have. I really want to pull some of this out of here and get back to my base blue a little bit. Not completely, but at least on the edge. I bet AK's on sale. Yeah, I would not at all be surprised to see them doing a totally not going out of business, but seriously, we're sorry sale. Yeah, Samare, they released a, and I'm sure you could find more complete details on the, in fact, I know on the hobby drama subreddit on Reddit, there is at least a reasonable breakdown of the events that took place, but basically they made a hobby supplement book that is about specifically making scenes of, like, war atrocities. Like, here's how you can make a diorama of a gas chamber! And, yeah. A little weird. The way that they chose to advertise it, some of the language that they used was very, very questionable. What's up, Lol Canoe 2? How you doing? The one that gets me is there was a diorama in their book that they're pushing. I mean, it'd be one thing if they were just releasing this as a, like, history is important, everybody should have access to it thing, but they used, like, images of the of Rwandan genocide to push sales on a book, which, that's... You shouldn't need people to tell you that that's tasteless, guys. That's pretty obvious, I think. The one that got me, though, was, it wasn't even referencing anything. It was like, here's a diorama of how to do a drowned child. And I'm like, hold on. What is that a historical reference to? What event are we trying to remember here? That one time that a kid got drowned? Like, what the hell? It just seemed like some serious edgelordism. I need practice. I need a lot of practice with this before I'm going to generate anything worthwhile, I think. But that's okay. That's why we practice. Learning new skills. Mountain Dew, soju, and peach schnapps. Call it swamp juice. Good Lord, Tiger Wraith. That sounds like a hell of a night in to me. Stuttering's coming again. Restarting browser doesn't work. Even going to Chrome doesn't help. Lore Friendly, I am so sorry to hear that. Not sure why Twitch has given you such a problem. Have you tried a general restart? I know that's not the solution anyone ever wants to hear. But, sometimes it can do some good, you know? I am gonna try going darker here, Greg. From that ochre. I think I'm gonna go more towards the orange spectrum. Try a touch of this burnt sienna. There is no version of Twitch that is any worse than the Twitch that they make available through mobile, though. That is the worst. A little bit of this burnt sienna. I'm going to blend it with a bit of my ochre here. Give myself something just darker than the ochre, but maybe not quite as rich. Something a little bit in the orange range. A little rusty is kind of what I'm looking for. Yeah, that's looking pretty decent. Let's try that out. Yeah, I'm sticking with techniques I know for the moment, Greg, and just kind of expanding as I go. But yeah, I think you're right, taking some of the phthalo I've already got mixed here, and using that in my shadows is better than just moving my highlights away. I'm going to try that, a little deep in there, out towards the edge. I'm going to try a touch of what I just mixed up in the middle. I'm going to try to blend towards them. Blend into one another. Wee little bits. Little bits. That's a fairly interesting looking panel. It's We're the Gamers. I keep calling him Greg. His name on here used to be Greg the Salt Miner. It's going to take me a while to get used to calling him We're the Gamers. Cav players have found out that the Apple version of Twitch is worse than Android. Is it really? Huh. Speaking of Cav, I'm thinking Tuesday we're going to paint a little bit of Cav Strike Ops. See if I can't get a squad done with simple techniques. A little bit of dry brushing here and there. Some washes, some dry brushes. It's been too long since I've painted Cav. I've got a lot of models saved up. I gotta work on them a little bit. More of my highlight on this edge because I kind of just took that right out. Just pushing that phthalo blue down from the shadows. That's better. I'm usually real lazy with my blends in acrylic, so it's no surprise to me to find out that I have a lot of learning to do on oil blends. I don't hate that at all. That's actually fairly interesting. A little bit more of this phthalo blue for some more shadowing. Run some of this down in here for my deep shadows.
Yo, I heard you liked Battlemechs, so I put a Battlemech in your Battlemech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
Yeah, green could be interesting. Definitely gotta get used to thinking more broadly about my colors. A little bit of green down under this part of the calf, maybe. The transition here on the edge is still a little abrupt. A little abrupt. So I'm just going to pull that in. What's going on, Chaotic Harmony? Project Dark Fox. Could we get a... Have you already done it? Have you already done a shout out? Did I miss it? You did. You did. Thank you so much for that, Dark Fox. Guys, if you haven't checked out Chaotic Harmony and you enjoy Battletech or Mech Warrior anything, you really got to go check out his channel. Put down a little bit of my Viridian. Now I'm working with a very limited number of actual colors here, gray. But that's okay. Don't really need all that many. If I keep going with this, I am going to take James Wapple's suggestion and pre-mix some oils into bottles so that I don't have to do this part. That is a fantastic idea if it's something that you do regularly. Oil painting, that is. But for me, so far, this is the second time ever. So I'm doing okay. And that is still what is going on over there, Project Dark Fox. That is another piece of the barns that will be for the Las Vegas Open. It seems like that's a bit too much. It's okay. This is why we experiment. A little bit more phthalo blue in here. Pull some of this light blue in from the edge again. Definitely needs some more of this on this part of the calf. Blend that down. Right now it's all a bit muddy. How you doing, Cat of Carmony? Yeah, that is the Ender V2 that the camera's focused in on. I would caution you, Cat of Carmony, for today. I don't know if my audio's fixed for the storm report for tonight. I do not know. I have tried every damn workaround I could possibly think of to get it to work, and I think it's working, and then it just isn't. And oh my god, it's been such a freaking pain. This is like installment 12 of OBS is a son of a bitch. What kind of pisses me off is that Discord doesn't have easy audio out features. If someone can tell me where you can go in the menus for Discord to say, all audio from Discord needs to go on this channel, I'd love to know where that is. I can find an all voice chat needs to go on this channel, but there's no general audio setting, and I don't understand it. What's up, What's up, Kevin Kitsune? How you doing? Good to see you. Oop, I forgot about the back of his leg. Ooh, a beach episode. Nani? You always gotta have it, a obligatory gratuitous beach episode. Take a little bit of this ochre and put it down here. Rinse that out a little bit and put a little bit of green in there too. Honestly, Samara, I need to redo my entire overlay for the Storm Report, or just come up with a better way to route it through to OBS entirely. I don't know, Discord might not be the permanent home of the Storm Report. We might wind up moving it to another platform. It's been convenient so far, but OBS and Discord have not wanted to play nicely together for whatever stupid reason. Hey, Painted Ogre. Good to see you. I just have my slobs to pick up all desktop audio, so it grabs my See, you're describing what I did. What I did, Painted Ogre, for a long time, and then suddenly, and for no reason that anyone can possibly fucking determine, it started taking desktop audio and just echoing all my monitors on top of it, even though none of my monitors were set to my standard default desktop audio channel. And it wasn't because I changed anything. It wasn't because I modified my audio channels. It's just one day it worked, and the next day it didn't work. Which, let me tell you, that's great fun. Nothing changed. Nothing changed, Dark Fox. It worked one day, and then I shut down OBS. I waited a day and a half. I turned back on OBS. I did the same goddamn thing, and it just ate a shit sandwich right live on stream. It was a great time. You were there. Maybe a little bit of green in there. A little bit of green, not a whole lot. It's kind of right in the middle. And I'll blend that out. That's not bad. Microsoft and Windows 10. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was some Windows 10 setting change that ultimately did me in either. But I don't know particularly what it is. I've tried to fix it a few different ways. I'll tell you, again, what frustrates me the most right now is that I can't just take Discord and say, Discord, you output all audio on this digital audio cable now. This is your channel. It won't do it. It just won't do it. OBS can route in from any digital audio cable I have, but Discord's like, nah, you know what? My judgment's best. You think you know, but at the end of the day, you know, fuck you. Like, oh, thanks. That's great. Hey, Waffles the Wonderfish. Good to see you, man. How are things? Welcome, welcome, as always. How you been, man? Rinse this out and go back to Phthalo Blue for a minute. Putting a little bit of this ochre and sienna mix right up in here. Let's see if I can't blend out the deepest of the shadow spots. So far I've been getting away with an interesting mixture of this phthalo blue and burnt sienna and a bit of this viridian hue. Oh, that was the wrong color. I didn't mean to do that. The wrong color. He's busy extorting me for tabletop stuff. What are you extorting him for, man? You don't have to extort Chaotic Harmony. You just gotta show him a little bit of nip, and he's pretty much all over it. He's easy. He's a mark. I mean, he's a good friend of mine, and he's very difficult to trick into doing anything. That's what I meant to say. Alright. So I'm not totally hating where we're at on this side of the shin right now. I think this needs a little bit more of a blend to it. Push that light blue out to the middle a little bit. Blend it with that green. The green is doing more good for me than anything else right now, which is interesting. Hey, Necrobob, how you doing today, man? Hope you're having a good one. And I would go ahead and give a disclaimer again. If you're watching this stream and you're thinking, this guy knows what he's doing with these oil paints and I should pay attention. I don't. I'm wildly inexperienced with these oil paints. I'm just kind of playing around with them and sort of figuring it out. And maybe, hopefully, my blundering might help you if you have any interest in them yourself. Look some green in up here because there's going to be red. There is going to be red, so I want these shadows to be a good green, I think. But that red isn't going to come till much later, I don't think. Now, James Wapple can sit down with a miniature and some oil paints and in 4 hours knock out like a fucking Sistine Chapel-style masterpiece, but I am no James Wapple. Work some green in down here. And a little bit of my ochre. Let's see if I can't blend those out. Howdy doody. Indeed. Silver Hydra, good to see you. What are you hoping to get out of using oils? I'm curious. Sure, it's been asked 100 times already, but better blends. I'm going for more interesting color blends, and generally I'm just trying to pick up a new skill, Silver Hydra. I've complained a few times in the last month about I don't feel like I've really added anything to my toolbox as a painter in 2020. But yeah, I'm trying to get some more complex and more interesting blends on my models. Some more interesting and smoother transitions, for that matter. I need to work a little bit of this green into the front of the toe here. More complex colors. And simpler color schemes. Because you can do a lot more with simpler color combinations. I think it lends itself well to the style of these minis I've been making lately. These, because they've got big, broad panels and simple shapes, and I feel like that really is kind of where oil's going to shine. Yeah, the music should be playing. It just seems like Pretzel went fucking quiet for no apparently good reason. There we go. That, and you know, I want to be one of the cool kids. You know? I'm desperate for the approval of my peers, and I'll do pretty much anything to acquire it. Thankfully, at the moment, it just seems to be do some oil painting is all I have to do for their approval. So that's working out for me. I would do more, but they haven't asked for more, so I'm not going to volunteer it, you know? They don't know. They don't know that. I'm going to take a little bit of green. A little bit of green. And mash it down in here. I'm going to try doing a little bit of work on his chest real quick before I continue on with the leg. Thunderhead OnlyFans confirmed. Thunderhead After Dark. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Turn down the lights. Turn up the camera. And now here's the action. Is 50 Shades not working? Oh, you know what, Lore Friendly? That's only for subscribers, I'm sorry. What am I sorry for? It's like one of the ways that I try to make subscriptions actually worth it to my viewers is by providing those voice clips. I gotta be more careful with my glove while I'm doing oil painting because the paints stay wet.
Girls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Or maybe it's just my allergies.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
It's true, he did. I was there. Foot's gonna need more work. But that's okay. How you doing, Kursala? think I could have reasonably gone lighter on this. For that matter, Machine God, with the subscription on a 3-month streak in my alert box, betraying me as usual. Machine God, thank you so much for that subscription. It absolutely means the world to me, man. It really does. I love having you around. I do. And I'll tell you, if y'all aren't following Machine God, you really should. Guy does some pretty excellent Battletech painting streams, and occasionally spends way too much time on MechWarrior Online. So if you like big stompy robots, definitely go check that channel out. And if you don't like big stompy robots, my only question to you is, what the hell are you doing here? I'm glad you like it, Jay Barnhill. This is one of mine. Obviously, I can't take credit for the design, but the sculpt itself is my work. Putting some green in here in the middle. Now, this is kind of what I like about oil painting. You're asking what the strengths of oil painting were, and now that I'm kind of getting into a groove that I'm comfortable with, and I still have a lot of learning to go, but you see what I'm doing here is I've just blocked out where I want my brightest highlights to be here, and now I'm just sort of glorbing some green in for my midtones. Just smushing it in a real broad way. And once I'm done applying the broad blocks of color, poorly, mind you, then I will come in and kind of blend them together. I'm going to put in a little bit of my ochre on some of the deeper parts here, just to keep it interesting. But you can sort of pick your colors that you want to have blended in overall, pick your palette, and then come in and apply it willy-nilly. And then just sort of fuck with it until it looks just the way you want it to look. I did see that, Roland. Yeah, the Dougram 2 or whatever it was. What is that from? That wasn't in the show. Hey, Dave's Mini Art, good to see you. How are things? Painting up some Sky Rangers over on my channel. Just wanted to drop in and say, hey, real quick. Well, thank you so much for stopping in. Always good to see you, Machine God. And then a little bit of this more pure dark phthalo blue for my shadows. What I'm gathering doing this is that you just you block out your colors and then you kind of come in and muddle them. Now, there are multiple ways to do this, too. Just because this is how I'm messing around with oil paints doesn't mean it's just like acrylic. There are as many ways to do it as there are people doing it, and I've seen people. Dale Wonder Gecko, for instance, uses a technique that's similar but kind of removed from what I'm doing right now. And I don't really have a style at the moment. So I'm just kind of playing with other people's ideas and seeing what works for me. What software do I use for sculpting? Jonas Janus, more often than not, I'm using a combination of Fusion 360, Mesh Mixer, and a touch of Blender. Sometimes a little bit of ZBrush, because I managed to get an older version that I have access to, but I'm trying to use Blender more and more, because I don't really want to pay the annual cost for ZBrush. I'm doing fantastic, Dave's Mini Art. Thank you so much for asking. Oh no, his oil use is absolutely crazy. He's also been doing it for a good long time. And it's funny because if you ask him how he does it, you look at the minis that he does, which are just fantastic, and you say, Dale, how do you do those oil paints? And he'll go, oh, I just kind of fling it on there. It takes me like 20 minutes. And I'll be like, well, what do you use as a palette? He's like, a piece of trash plastic I pulled out of the garbage. And I'm like, Dale, fuck you, man. It's all just practice. It's all just practice. Even on this mini, the more I've kind of gotten used to my process for each of these panels, I think the better each one has looked. The more colors I've been willing to work in, the more interesting it's become. It'll just take time to develop, you know, my flow. But it's the same way with acrylics. Until you are confident in what you're doing, it always takes longer to do. A little bit more of this blue in here. Need more green on that panel. I think that's my weakness there. It's getting a bit too yellow. And I feel very certain that right now what I'm doing is largely overcomplicating this paint job. But as I've said before, and as I'll say again, we're experimenting today. So there are no wrong answers. There are no wrong answers. And I know, I swish my brush a lot more than I necessarily should, but it is a habit, and it's not hurting anything so far, so I'll get into a groove. I need a little bit more of my blue. The only wrong answer is licking the brush. Yeah, you're not wrong. Okay, there are wrong answers in oil painting. They involve putting the paint in your mouth at any point. That is a mistake. Don't do that. Not as forgiving as acrylic in that sense. Yeah, having a classical art background certainly helps quite a lot. For the rest of us, we have a background in fucking with it till it looks right. That's my favorite methodology. But the paint tastes amazing. Well, that is the good... That's because we sent you the good paint cat, Carmen. That's why that paint tastes good. We sent you the good stuff. You don't want to be eating that apple barrel shit. Get some more of my dark. Actually, I'm going to use a little bit of this French ultramarine. Try that out. Kind of want to see how different it looks. It doesn't, for the most part. Fucking with it till it looks right. Sounds like my relationship. Oh, poor chaotic girlfriend. She suffers for all of us. Only the finest acrylic for my taste buds. I have not gotten the giant box of paints yet, though I have not checked the mail today. And things have been a little sluggish lately. Even just the concept of brush strokes that you apply to acrylic painting has to be modified somewhat for oils, I'm finding. It's just not... Well, because, like we were saying earlier, we're not layering, we're blending. And I'm so used to layering, that's just how my hand wants to move, but that's not what I'm trying to do. So I gotta fight the instinct. I'm used to moving in the direction of my highlight with my brush strokes too, and with this you actually want to move from your highlight away a lot of the time, which is kind of interesting. See, lore friendly though, pink is perfectly fine. There are lots of granite. Pink granite, that's fairly common. I'm going to try fucking around a little bit up here. See what we can come up with. I know there's some tricks to the thickness of oil paints too that I'm not completely familiar with yet. Like you can put thick over thin. This is what I've heard said. At any rate. Not fully sure how to apply it yet. Like I said, this is the second time I've ever put oil paint down on a palette, so I guess I can afford to give myself time. Stop making sense. He's supposed to paint a neon pink rock. Oh, Lore Friendly has their mind made up over there. Neon pink. We're not talking pink quartz. We're not talking pink granite. No, we're talking neon pink. We're talking 80s cartoon alien world neon pink. Which, I mean, you know, okay. I'm not gonna argue. I've heard worse ideas today. Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm trying to get a feel for, We're the Gamers, is how my pigments are moving, and I'm still not even remotely used to it, so I'm just going to keep doing it until I am used to it. I think they call that practice. Well, I could be wrong about that. I'm liking these green mids. Crystallized mech, maybe just frozen bits, or like a mech with little crystal growths on it. Think like rapid crystal growth, like salt crystals. You know, instead of growing big, huge crystals, they grow clusters of real small crystals, but they can glow. They can grow really fast. That could be cool. On a salt-blasted planet, you know, the old crate mech. You could have a dude down in a trench who's all like, salt. What gets me about that scene is, why did he have to taste it? Like, I understand it was for us, like, in the sense of the film being made, I get that scene was for the benefit of us, the audience. I understand that. But I'm saying, in the context of the scene of this soldier on Crate, why did he have to taste it? Are you saying when they were flying in, nobody mentioned the fact that there was salt on the ground, that it was like a salt-rich planet? Nobody did. Nobody was like, hey, it's snow, and someone was like, it's salt, you dumbass. He had to taste it. What if it was cyanide? What if this is a cyanide planet? I mean, you wouldn't be on it I guess you wouldn't be on a planet that has deposits of cyanide on the surface. But I'm already thinking more about this than they did, I feel like. These questions keep me up. Well, these are the important questions. If we don't answer these questions, then who are we? As a society, as a culture? I kind of like that blend on the side of the chest there. It's still a bit abrupt, but I don't mind it. I might apply just a little bit more of my light blue highlight, and then work it in from the edge. Work it, work it, work it in. More of this French ultramarine. And a little bit of this Viridian green. And get myself loaded up with mostly mineral spirits and see what I can't do there. Seen someone who made what looked like what looked to be a wrecked Gundam, and they cultivated crystals on it. Looked like a pretty unique thing. Which the Gundam looked abandoned. Interesting. Interesting. Given how dumb that movie was, they could have landed on a cyanide planet. Lore Friendly, we're talking about Star Wars: The Last Jedi. There's a scene towards the end of the movie when they land on a planet and set up a defense, and the planet has like a white crust all over red dirt, and at one point one of the soldiers wipes his finger in the white crust and goes, and sticks it in his mouth. Like, I'm just thinking to myself, like, I'm a soldier in space, and I go to an alien planet, and I'm like, what is this strange crystalline powder on the ground? Mwah! Tastes like salt. Like, come on, man. That is not exactly the greatest sin that film committed. In fact, far from it. It's just a funny little silly moment. Crystal Fox creature. Yeah, the Crystal Fox creatures didn't serve any purpose. They were just kind of there. But as just a visual design, I thought they were very cool. As with many things in that film, I wish that they had more to do. I wish that they had any reason to exist. But honestly, even I feel like at this point, bitching about The Last Jedi is like, it's played out. It's been done. We all know that it was terrible. You're hard-pressed to find anyone these days who will genuinely argue that it was a good movie. You'll find people who say, I enjoyed The Last Jedi, and that's fine. You should. You should. If you can watch that movie and just have fun with it, then fucking more power to you, and I wish I was as easygoing as you are. But, it was a silly film. That's not to say that other Star Wars... I mean, you know, that's something I think people have to acknowledge. I got a lot of flack criticizing the sequels from people who would then come out and go like, oh, and the previous movies were, like, really good. And I'm like, no, Star Wars is fucking silly. All of Star Wars is silly. They're good movies, but they're nonsense space fantasy, man. You can't take them too seriously. Saying this one is particularly stupid is not really that great of an insult. I love Star Wars, man. I love it. I'm an Empire Strikes Back guy all day long. I think you probably know that by now, but let's face it, they're goofy-ass movies, and they always have been. They're fantasy that happened to happen in space. Come on. What do we really want from them? I'm just kind of pushing this blue in towards the center of the panel from the edge to try to even out what I've got going on the other side of the chest. Now, I don't hate this. I don't hate this blue transition that I've got going on the chest and the pelvis here. It's a little abrupt, but it's got good contrast. I don't know, you guys tell me, what do you think? The outside of this leg, and then, yeah, the pelvis and the chest, I think, is where it's really coming together. I'm leaning away from using complementary colors right now, and I'm leaning mostly on blue through to green. You know, you're right. You're right, gamers. I need to set it down and have a look at it. That's the best way, and that's not bad. Honestly, I don't mind that at all. I think it could be a little deeper. And honestly, what I may do is let this dry and then come over the whole thing with an oil wash. Of course, I say let this dry. That's going to take like 24 hours at a minimum. Heading out for the glory of pizza. Be back later. March onward, White Wolf, for the glory of pizza. Pizza be upon you, brother. Seriously though, have a good pizza, man. I hope it's everything that you want it to be. Right now, that pizza that's in your mind, you know the pizza I'm talking about. That perfect pizza, that cheesy, delicious, just a little bit chewy slice that you're dreaming of when you think, I'd like a slice of pizza. I hope that the pizza you're about to have is exactly that. I hope it's just the right temperature. I hope it's just the right consistency. I hope the cheese is just the right thickness. You know, I hope it's a little bit chewy and a little bit stringy, but doesn't pull off when you take a bite. I hope you have the best pizza you've had all year. Right now. I know, I'm thinking about pizza now, too. Like, I was being a bit of a smartass, but now I'm like, ah, shit, I want some pizza. Damn it. Oh yeah, play with my... Excuse me, these are collector's items? Chaotic Harmony? Okay? We don't play with these. I'm gonna leave this in the box in mint condition, and it's gonna gain collector's value, and I'm gonna sell it on eBay when I'm an old man for thousands of dollars. Down here needs a little bit of work. This definitely does. So, I'll tell you one of the nice things I'm learning about using these oil paints is they're nowhere near as thin. Nowhere near as thin. Like, they are significantly thicker, even once thinned down, than acrylics ever are. They're just a thicker paint that you're working with. And as a result, they do not flow off the brush in the same way, and they do not tend to flow down into crevices. So you can actually be a little sloppy when you come in to do edge highlights and the like before you blend them. Because, like, for instance, right here, I'm just kind of throwing down some highlights in the bottom of this chest. Now, this chest panel has some fiddly little recesses in it. You can see it has, like, these two vents, these two nipple vents. And I'm not having any problem with the paint running down into that. It doesn't want to. It wants to stay on the high surfaces, which is just great. Oh yeah, that's the truth too. We were gamers. We're the gamers. If you wanted that thin, just thin it. It's not hard to do. It's not hard to do. I feel like I have a great deal more control in general. Oh, you know what? I want some green in there. The green is what's really helping me right now to get this color I'm liking. Not too much, just a bit. It's B. It's Glorb, not Glorp. Glorp. What do you think this is? What kind of savage idiots do you think we are that we would use a phrase like Glorp in this stream? Excuse me, sir. Glorb or nothing. Or Blorg. Yeah, Lore Friendly has the right of it. I like Blorg. In fact, I think we're just going to switch to Blorg.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
I suppose you can go ahead and just blorg that paint on anywhere. You see how that works? What do you think of that edge highlight around the collar? I think that kind of brings it together. I'm gonna lay a little bit more of this ultramarine into the pelvis because it got a little too ochre down here, and I'd like it to be a darker blue. I can do a lot with this ochre.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
It's the drum roll, really, that does it. It's definitely the drum roll that does it. It does. Samare, you're lying. It doesn't. Does it actually say Glorp down there? In that case, I'm sorry. That's my bad. Do a little bit more of my light blue on there. The whole thing became greener than I want it to be. But that's an easy fix. Yeah, let's blend that out a bit. damn it. I'll have to fix that. In that case, it said glorp for months and I haven't known it. Way to go, me. Honestly, I feel like the work I've done on the chest so far is the best that I've done on this whole damn model. Accepted, but only if you get to hear the forbidden 50 Chapter 3. You assume that I even have access to Chapter 3. Chapter 3 was placed in the hands of some very competent and very trustworthy men who will never allow it to see the light of day. You think that my requests mean anything to these people? They are professionals, sir. Top men. Top men. We have top men working on it. I think one of them might actually be a bottom. I don't know. I don't think you're allowed to ask that anymore.
Look, I'm not saying Thunderhead's trying to brush you off, but you're just base coat, man.
Just base coat, man. You know, you make one exception. And suddenly, there's just exceptions left, right, and center. And then following the rules is the exception. The one thing we can't have here is chaos. Our harmony is already chaotic enough. You think I'm not already chaotic? Why do you think I put my paint mixer under the desk, man? It's actually running all the time. I got it mounted up kind of underneath, and I just kind of, you know, like that. And it just... And I have a great stream. Maybe I'm going to move over and do a little bit of this on the shoulder. Dark Fox had the right reaction. There was a correct reaction to that, and Dark Fox found it. PC is back up and running. What's going on, Cyber Knight? Good to have you back.
Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
Yeah, because our sense of humor around here is usually so elevated. I'm just going to throw this blue down here, real broad-like. I'm going to grab a little bit of this green, and I'm going to splorp it into the middle here. I'm going to take a little bit of this French ultramarine, and I'm going to work this up into the top corner here. Now we've just got a real general application of colors. I'll go ahead and try to blend this together. Yes, Katic, absolutely. That is precisely what I meant. Just like a penis. Thank you so much. And just pushing this out into the central blend while trying to keep it strong on the edge. Pull some of the dark blue down into it. Kind of got a lot of green on this one. I think I might have to overpower it with some more blue. No, not necessarily. I'm going to put a little bit more of my highlight on here and then work it in towards the middle. It's the talking shit. We'll consider it. We'll consider it. Anything to get a rise. Showing. Am I right? Am I right? Of course I'm right. Of course I'm right. Come on. One Thunderhead can't be wrong. It's not terrible. I want some more of this French ultramarine in here, though. Still seems a bit abrupt. A bit abrupt. Let me see. It's not terrible, but I need something at the top corner, too. Just at the corner. Yeah. Yeah. And then let's go ahead and work some of this into the rest of the shoulder. Take a little bit of our Viridian hue, kind of work that into our mids. Some of this French ultramarine and raw phthalo blue up here. Oh, thank you, Sumer. It's going better than the one that I did last Sunday, the Sultic. So, you know, give me a few months of doing this and I might actually produce a mini worth showing. It definitely helps that I've got a slightly finer brush that I have now devoted to the purposes of oil painting specifically. I'm going to pull my shadows down rather than pulling my highlights up. That's an interesting idea. Like I said, this is mostly just me getting used to how do these oils move on the model. It's interesting. Rather than putting down colors and blending them over top of one another and layering them, it's just putting down a pigment and then pushing it around on the surface, pushing it into other pigments until it gets an effect that you like. Paint is thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. It's pretty thick. It kind of mix it to a gel-like consistency, rather than the usual skim milk consistency that I go for with my acrylics. Damn, paint, you thick? What's your pigment count is? Take a little bit of this phthalo blue and put it down in my recesses here. Ooh, actually, that's probably a good spot for ochre. I'll mess with that in a bit, though. I'm going to slop some of this here because it needs to be here. This foot section is not very well blended at all. But see, this is the nice thing about oil paints is I can notice that the foot is messed up and come back to it like 20 minutes later and kind of mess around with it, because it's, I'll tell you, nothing on here is dry. None of these paints are even remotely dry right now. Every single paint on, if I just took mineral spirits and a brush and swished it over this whole thing, I would pull all of this color off. Yeah, it would all just come right off. You're right, I could do it with a paper towel. Yeah, Hethrier, and that was sort of what I was talking about in the beginning, was the last time I did this, when I was working on that Sultic last time, I was definitely still thinking, and I am right now too, but less so, still thinking in terms of acrylic layering. That's just where my brain went. So my paint choice was far more conservative. But understanding now just how transparent oil paints really are, and trying to get a better understanding of how they mix and how they blend, I realized that you've really got to shoot for that contrast right off the bat, because everything that you get from the actual colors that you're using is going to be something of a midpoint. It's everything you do, because it's all transparent. Bring just a touch of yellow into everything. Mix some sunlight into it. Yeah, I'm thinking about that. I'm doing pretty good with the greens and the blues right now, so I'm kind of trying to establish that. And then I thought maybe what I'll do is I'll come in with a little bit of my ochre and just touch a few spots in here. I don't want to get too complicated with this model. I want to stick to my basic colors and just work on my blending technique. We're the gamers, but I see how you can get pretty crazy mixing in colors. It is apparent to me now. I think I could have gone higher than I actually went on my highlight color, for that matter. It's still a bit subdued, but it's a whole hell of a lot brighter than the one I was using on the Sultic. I'll tell you one thing that oil paint definitely does. No, you're right, we're the gamers. If a color is anywhere on a model, it generally winds up everywhere. Well, I'll tell you one thing I've noticed that oil paint definitely does well, is if you're just trying to do edge highlighting, holy shit. I mean, holy shit, does oil paint grab the edge and stay real thin. You do not have that problem with runniness that you sometimes have with acrylics. If all you were doing was edge highlighting and not blending, it would actually go really, really well. Of course, that seems like a bit of a waste, but, you know. It's good to know anyway.
And so I painted on some metallics.
Ooh.
Bitches love metallics.
I love the metallics. I do kind of wonder what place metallics have with oils. I guess you could lay down some acrylic metallics and then use oils over top of it, and that would actually, that's not a bad idea. Now that I think about it, it could be interesting. Use Vallejo alcohol metallics and oil straight over them for easy TMM. I haven't used any of the Vallejo alcohol metallics. That's an interesting idea. Do they have metallic oil paints? I haven't looked into them. This whole experiment for me has been take the mineral spirits that I already have and the oil paints that I, again, already have and just throw them on a model and see what happens. I have bought nothing. That may change if I continue to work with this and like it. Which so far I do like it. If nothing else, it's been an interesting challenge, and that's something that I've been lacking this year. Not challenges in general. I've been challenging myself quite a lot on a number of tasks and skills, but not as much with painting. Painting has been a little humdrum. Some of my mixing over here has not been as thorough as I'd like. Pick up a little bit of this raw phthalo blue. There we go. I know a lot of people use those ammo, what are they called? Oil brushers. which are like pre-mixed oil paints with a little brush and everything. Because, I mean, oil painting models is hardly a new technique. It's come into vogue on models where it hasn't been popular before. But people who do, like, historical scale modeling, oh, they know their oil paints. They've been doing it for a long, long time. A long, long time. Don't even get them started. Holy hell. I guess technically this isn't the first time I've used oil paints. The reason that I have these oil paints and the reason I was able to not buy anything is because I have done some oil washes. Some oil washes and some panel lines in the past, because oils do a great job, when thinned just right, at running into crevices. I painted my mech with some lavender. Did I do the oil thing right? Well, are you using essential oils? Chaotic Harmony? So what you need to do to really get the color you want is get some lavender oil and maybe a touch of peppermint oil, you know? And then you need to get one of those jade eggs, the ones that go up your hoo-ha. And if you use those in conjunction, what it'll do is it'll center your chakras, and a beam of energy will actually come out of your chest and blend the paint for you. A lot of people don't know this. But, you know, when you're at perfect balance and you're using nature properly.
Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me, for the love of God. Fish Food 76, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Welcome to the non-stop carnival of utter fucking jackassery that we apparently get up to here. A little bit more of my phthalo blue in here. Honestly, a little bit more of this Viridian for the middle. But if you do it wrong, the beam of energy will come out your ass. You have to be careful with that one. They don't warn you about that one. If you watch Gwyneth Paltrow's Goop, she does not warn you, and it's just irresponsible that the beam of energy can in fact come out of your ass. So for those of you who might be a little new to the stream or just need a reminder, we will be doing the Storm Report at the usual time today, and if you'd like to get your pictures in, I think you have about another hour to get those in. If you're thinking to yourself, but Thunder hit, what the fuck is a Storm Report? It's not raining outside? Well, that's a silly thing. That's kind of a silly question. I'm not actually talking about the weather. Have you not noticed all of our weather puns here? That's kind of what we do. It's an art share segment. It is a part of the stream where you, the viewer, can share what you've been working on with the rest of everybody else live right here on the stream.
Warning.
And nothing.
Fingertips covered in superglue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
That's not inaccurate. They genuinely aren't. Don't cut yourself. Seriously, I've done it way too many times. If you'd like to participate, if there is some piece of art you'd like to share with us, a painted mini from a long time ago, a painted mini that you just finished, a work in progress that you're feeling pretty good about or maybe want some feedback on, some photography that you've done, just a model that you've constructed that you'd like other people to see, really anything creative, please feel free to share it with us. All you have to do is jump into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which is easy. hit ! Discord like Project Dark Fox just did there, or go to the button down below my face there and click on that, and that will give you a link to join up. And then all you have to do is go into the channel marked #TheStormReport and post up to 2 pictures. Up to 2 pictures of your choosing, and we will take a look at them live on the stream. Again, as long as they're not of anyone. Really, not just your genitalia, but anyone's genitalia. It's a simple policy. The policy is don't get kicked off Twitch for TOS violations. You know, we try to stick to it. Let's get some of this green in here. And some more of this phthalo blue. I said I wasn't going to do oil painting for the entire length of the stream, but it does look like I might, because I've just been on a bit of a roll, and I'm actually achieving results that I don't hate. So, you know, that's where we're at. Yeah, well, you know, we used to allow the sharing of audio clips, and then I made the intentional and explicit decision to not allow them anymore by breaking my own OBS. Totally on purpose. Lore friendly, gotta bounce, enjoy the rest of the stream. Be looking for the Storm Report VOD tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here. As always, lore friendly. I hope to see you again on Tuesday. We are going to be painting some Cav Strike Ops for a little change of pace. Not that much of a change of pace. We're still painting mechs. They're just mechs from a slightly different IP. You know? I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day, and thank you again for showing up, man. It is always a pleasure to see you. That right there on that hit panel, that may be my favorite blend that I've done tonight. Maybe it's just because I've done enough in a row that I felt more confident putting down my colors, but honestly, that right there, I don't know if it's perfect, but I think it's my favorite one that I've done. What do you guys think so far? I'm trying to angle it so that it doesn't pick up too much of the shine, because all the paint is very wet. I think the chest has come out pretty good so far. And I like that hit panel. I think that blended nicely and quickly. See, that's the thing, is once you're confident, and this is why I'm doing this practice, because I've noted that once people are confident with oil paints, I did that in like 6 or 7 seconds. And I'm not saying this is the greatest blend anyone's ever seen. I'm just saying I did that in a few damn seconds. Here you can get a good comparison across the legs here in the back, because this is untouched. This is just the base color. I'm liking it. I'm gonna need to use a little bit of white on the other parts, but I'm gonna keep going with the blue for now. Suddenly I want to see a back-to-back of 2 clips on your stream. Han Solo yelling, "Great kid, don't get cocky!" And then Chainsaw Dick. Ah, yeah, sure, why not? I see the joke there, by the way. Don't get cocky, and then, yeah, that's... Honestly, that's right in line with our usual maturity around here, so I can't even really complain all that much. Hardy 1247, good to see you, man. What's up? Hope you're having a good day. Welcome, welcome. I know that it seems like a small, silly, stupid thing, but I just want to tell you guys, the hardest part of this sculpt here on this Shadowhawk that I'm painting that I did. Hang on, I'm going to take a break for a second and have a little bit of a drink. Those ELF makeup brushes used for dry brushing, when they get a little worn out, use them as blenders for oils. Interesting. You're not the first person to tell me that. I'm going to give oils another shot, by the way, on this. This is the first guy that we tried oils on. And I think that you can really, really see how leaning into that contrast helps a whole lot by comparison. Lol Canoe, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. But I mean, you can really see the difference here. I was just pushing colors around kind of willy-nilly on this round facer. Had no idea what the hell I was doing, and I still don't really know what I'm doing over here, but I'm pushing the contrast a whole lot more, and my blends are a whole lot smoother on Dougram. So we're gonna have a round 2 on this, taking the lessons learned from this first one and from Dougram here. Just a tiny bit of shit ton of difference. Yeah, I know, right? It makes a huge difference, and it's such a small change. But I was going to point out that as far as sculpting goes, I would just, if I can toot my own horn. Can I toot my own horn, chat? Is that alright? Is that okay with you? If I take my horn and I just toot it, just a little bit? The angles of the chest piece here were oddly complex to build. And I'm really very pleased with how it ultimately came out. It's almost imperceptible. And this is one of those things, too, when you're doing 3D design. You start to learn, like, how much effort does it take to do a thing, and how much does it really show up on the finished model. And this one is fairly subtle, but these two chest panels here that have been painted slope in towards one another and towards the center of the chest, ever so slightly. And you can see it mostly in the shape of these little nip grills. These two little vents on either side of the pecs. Is it against Twitch TOS, or has just nobody been flexible enough to do it yet, Chaotic Harmony? I think if someone pulled that off live on stream, they would get so many. No, you know what? Never mind. Let's stop that line of argumentation right there. That's meaningless. But this angle here, with these two pieces both coming down and being slightly angled in towards one another, oddly complex to do. But I think that it really paid off. And then the other thing on this model that I'd like to toot my own horn on is the shape of the calves. Again, it doesn't seem like much. It seems like such a simple thing. But as far as actual 3D modeling operations go for doing hard surface modeling, it can be strangely complex to create, because this is what is the phrase? A compound curve? It has different radii the further along you go the curve, and then it blends down into the shin, and then it ends very abruptly up here close to the knee. And again, these aren't things that necessarily show up like, whoa, that's an amazing shape on the final model. They're the kind of thing where if you do them right, they just look natural. And if you do them wrong, they end up looking kind of bulbous. But I'm really quite pleased with how these two parts turned out. The shape of the calves and the shape of the sort of pec plates. Oh, thank you, Datron Voltari. I tried to make them as true to the actual original figures as I could, with small changes. Like I added in the raised and sunken details on the shoulder and the little panel lines, which are taken directly from the new Shadowhawk from CGL, just to update a couple of the flatter areas a little bit without losing the broad shapes of the original. WJ, you're late? Guys, WJ's late. Somebody kick WJ the fuck out of this chat. How Why'd you even bother showing up if you're gonna be late? WJ, I'm joking. No.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
WJ, thank you for showing up at all. Man, you don't have to be here. Bro, there's no obligation. I just love having you. I was late by like 1 minute. That doesn't count. A streamer is never late. Greg Bo Baggins. He arrives precisely when he means to. No. Maybe I just lied to you about the time that I intended to be here. You don't know. That's probably Cyber Knight's small dog. And by Cyber Knight's small dog, I think we all know. That's Cyber Knight. Like, it's cute and all that he pretends to be human, and he even made that man suit that he pilots around. Like, it's adorable, but, you know, we know the truth. One-sixth scale doggo. Ooh. Is there 1/6 times that large? I'm intrigued. That is a very small dog, by the way. And just adorable. I noticed that he always has the same look on his face in every picture. It's always this look of, what are you doing now? What's going on? And I sympathize. Bought the Universal Monsters game Horrified. I want to paint the monsters in it later because I have this fascination with pre-50s gothic horror monsters and Hammer horror is the shit. I honestly would like a good STL for a Creature of the Black Lagoon to paint up for my wife. She is all about Creech, and I'm a big fan of that classic Creech. You know, the one with the like fish mouth thing going on and like the long wavy fingers. Hey, Downslide, good to see you. Welcome in. Grab a seat. Pull up a chair. Stay a while and listen. Well, thank you, Downslide. It's been an interesting process so far. I'm just kind of playing with oils, trying to put into practice the lessons that I learned last time when we worked on the Soltic, and so far it's been relatively successful. I think I've picked up a couple of new lessons just today that I can implement for my next attempted oil painting session. But yeah, I think it's going pretty well. I'm really very happy with how the highlighting on the chest has come out here. Mostly with how the chest and the pelvis have come together. I think they look pretty decent. Greg keeps trying to encourage me to really, really lean into the use of warm shadows, but for the moment, I'm sticking with just learning how to blend these cool colors, and then I think maybe afterwards I could come in with something like an ochre wash to warm things up a little bit and change those shadows around. That's my thinking anyway. One of the things I like about oils is that I can make those decisions later, and they are... It's still possible to implement. I'm not necessarily locked into it. At least not for like 24 hours. Like, for instance, I blocked out my highlights on this leg, and then I forgot I was doing that. And, I can leave it for a few minutes, and it should be just fine. Machine God, thank you for the reminder. Oh, I'd be happy to do one of these up in the Storm Chasers color scheme for you, downslide. The Hawk is my favorite design, not just because I love the cartoon Fang of the Sun Dougram. I do, but I liked the Shadowhawk design before I ever saw Dougram. I like it more now. Dougram is a great show. Dougram is a great show. Honestly, guys, if you haven't watched it, like, name me an American cartoon. Downslide, I've got it, man. Hang on. Nope, that's not the 2K. Okay, this is actually the 3K with the laser on his arm, but this is the PPC. And he's in just sort of a braced forward position. But yeah, I did like 5 or 6 different weapon variants. Which volume, WJ? Are you talking about voice? Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was going to say, name me an American cartoon from 1980 that has, like, a serious adult political storyline. One with twists and turns that you don't see coming. One that takes into account, like, the actual human losses of war and concepts like PTSD.
The cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
You know, he makes a good point.
Hello there.
That's not from 1980. What are you talking about, We're the Gamers? I don't know. I had a point that I was trying to make about Dougram, and then I got distracted. And now I can't remember exactly what I was going to say. I really thrive on that speaking in the moment. And then I hit a stumbling block somewhere in there, and now I don't have a point at all. So, you know, good job. Thanks, chat. I really appreciate that. Cat, welcome, welcome. It's always good to see you. I think my volume output is turned up pretty much to the max right now, WJ. I am sorry that you're having volume issues. I don't think I can actually turn my gain up anymore in my mixer. Avatar: The Last Bender is very mature, but Avatar: The Last Airbender, like... My point really is just that we have this view of Japanese cartoons in the 80s of being very, very silly. And it's just because those were the ones that were actually making it across the ocean and to America. And yeah, exactly. That's exactly it, Downslide. We didn't, and we still, for the most part, don't take cartoons seriously as a medium when they were. Can you use an early 90s American cartoon that, I mean, I feel like that's cheating, because by the early 90s we had Batman the Animated Series, and Batman the Animated Series is one of the best damn things ever to happen. Schwonk! What's up? I was talking about Fang of the Sun Dougram. Simpsons was in the 80s. Okay. Simpsons is an anomaly. Though it's fair to say that Fang of the Sun Dougram was an anomaly too. My comparison probably isn't fair, really, because it's not like there were a bunch of shows of the same quality as Dougram. I think that Dougram is even arguably a higher quality than Mobile Suit Gundam, which it was sort of born from. Exo Squad 19 did Exo Squad deal with adult themes? I confess I didn't watch much Exo Squad. While I like The Simpsons, I totally love Futurama. It's hard not to. Futurama's a fantastic show. War, death, loss. I will tell you that okay, right now I'm actually... I left off Fang of the Sun Dougram at about episode 50 a while ago, and I recently just got right back into it, and it is dark. I mean, talk about bittersweet endings. By the time you get to the last 5 episodes, like, it's depressing. It's so unfortunately real. They drag you to the edge of this victory of this long, hard-won war, and they just smack you in the face with a bat made out of reality. It's a weird feeling. You can watch it on YouTube, Downslide. If you go to YouTube and you search for Fang of the Sun Dougram, you will find a playlist that is 75 episodes long, and that's all of them. You can watch them right there. I didn't know that. PTSD, slavery, genocide, oppression, reconstruction, reconciliation. This is all in Exo Squad you're talking about. I need to dig into Exo Squad, maybe. I mean, shit, I'm not going to complain about having another cartoon to watch, you guys. I love war cartoons. I love them even more when they involve, you know, like mech suits and exoskeletons. What can I say? I'm a simple man. Damn it, that was the wrong color. That's okay, I can do it over here and then move back over. Hey, Manro Fasol. Yeah, I mean, like, if I watched Exo Squad, it was in the 90s, and I fully confess, I do not remember that much of it. Maybe I need to go back and rewatch it. Much as I hate to say this, but Robotech did deal with things that were more adult than kid, yet I watched it as a kid. No, Robotech is an excellent show. Macross? I give Robotech credit. Like, a whole lot of credit for Min-Mei. And I know that that may not sound like my usual self. But I fucking hated Min-Mei for most of that show. And they, by the end of that first Macross arc, they brought Min-Mei full circle into just one of the most absolutely fucking hilarious and yet weirdly meaningful resolutions. Her relationship as a pop star with the Zentradi military and their complete lack of art was interesting. Oh, Schwank, yeah, no, that first episode, they get you with that first episode too. Because they show you, the first thing you see is where Dougram winds up. It winds up collapsed and broken in the desert. And they're like, how did it get here? And then you rewind to the beginning of the conflict and you carry it through. And you'll be tempted to forget by the time you get to the end of 75 episodes. You'll be tempted to forget that Dougram's ultimate fate is broken and abandoned. You'll be tempted to think, no, everything's gonna go great for everyone. But it has a brutally bittersweet ending. It doesn't ruin it in any way to know that that's coming, because obviously they telegraph it. But man, it is worth watching all the way through to the end. It has a much more complex storyline than even I gave it credit for the first, like, 20 episodes. It is all in subtitles. Yes, Downslide. I don't think they have any dubs for that. A lot of the anime in the 80s were for more mature... Yeah, and they dumbed it down for translation, Data and Voltari, because Western audiences just didn't take cartoons very seriously. Like, at all. And yeah, there is some truth to that. Robotech being a... Robotech, was mishmashed together in a similar fashion, though nowhere near as brutally Frankenstein as, say, you know, Voltron. Because Voltron was like 3 different shows, and they had nothing to do with one another. And it would just turned into complete fucking nonsense. Yeah. No, it is to be taken as its own storyline. Robotech is. Absolutely, Datron Voltari. Now, that said, the storyline that it has is actually a lot of fun. Why would you watch a cartoon for something other than comedy? Oh, that makes me so sad. I was lucky enough to be a child in the era where they gave us Batman the Animated Series, and I think Batman the Animated Series really opened my mind to what cartoons could be. Along with a few others at the time, because I got into... I was, you know, we were fortunate enough to have, what was it called? First, Toonami on Cartoon Network. So, you know, we got, like, you know, Dragon Ball Z and whatnot, which was goofery. Yeah, X-Men of the 90s, the X-Men show, the Wolverine show, that also dealt with some very, very adult themes. Damn it, I keep going for the wrong color here. But I got Gundam Wing, which Gundam Wing is interestingly among the most immature of the Gundam storylines, but that still makes it remarkably mature for Western cartoon audiences. And I was treated to that in the 90s. I was exposed to Big O, which I don't know that Big O has a really serious... It's not serious in the same way in that brutally... The real robot genre. You know, Big O is not in the real robot genre, but it is very noir. It is a very dark sort of storytelling. Cowboy Bebop, that's a great example. Had a serious atmosphere. Thank you, Samara. It was fairly silly, but it was also highly conceptual. And then you get to the end and you're like, what the fuck am I watching? It had a very serious tone, but it wasn't serious in the sense that even Gundam Wing was serious. But again, I was very fortunate to have programming like Toonami to expose me to that sort of thing as a young boy. To realize that, whoa, we can actually use cartoons to tell stories about super awesome shit that we're never going to get in live action because it would be crazy expensive to do. And I appreciate that thoroughly. Because, yeah, a live-action mech show was never gonna happen back. It's still unlikely to happen now, but at least it's cheaper now. It would be cheaper to do if somebody felt like doing it. Yu Yu Hakusho. Oh, man. These are some good times. MTV had some great cartoons. It took me years, though, Manro Fasal. It wasn't until I was in my early 20s that I came to appreciate, not the Aeon Flux that came... Like, okay, I appreciated... That's not right. I'm not going to say that I appreciated Beavis and Butthead when I was young. I was exposed to Beavis and Butthead, and I thought Beavis and Butthead was funny in the most pedestrian possible way. It wasn't until I was in my 20s that I really came to understand and appreciate what it was that Mike Judge was bringing to the table with Beavis and Butthead. And while I was exposed to, you know, the little between music video snippets of Aeon Flux, those little mini cartoons they did for Aeon Flux, I didn't really watch the full series they did for Aeon Flux until I was in my 20s. And then I sat down, and I don't know if Lord Hethrier is in the chat right now, but it was actually Hethrier and I. We sat down with a full DVD box of Aeon Flux, and we're like, motherfucker, we're just going to watch this. And, yeah, Hethrier, you're here. You remember what that experience was like. It was like, hold on, what? That was intense. I won't pretend that I understood absolutely everything that happened, but god damn it, it was compelling. And then also, as a young man, I was exposed to Neon Genesis Evangelion, which, that one is one that I honestly wish that I had not seen until significantly later in my life. Because it was presented to me as, oh, look, a bunch of robots. You like robots. And that's not really what Evangelion is. Like at all. Evangelion watches like a man trying to talk himself out of committing suicide. Which, as it turns out, it kind of was. I actually very recently rewatched all of Evangelion with my wife, who had not seen any of it. And in my 30s, I am much, much better equipped to parse, analyze, understand, and appreciate the nuance and symbolism of Evangelion. I'm better able to recognize the symbolism of Evangelion that is meaningless and the symbolism of Evangelion that is meaningful. Because there is a lot of symbolism in Evangelion, and some of it is meaningless. The most superficial of it, the Christian symbolism, is largely meaningless. It's in there because it lends a certain gravitas to events, because it just, seems officious. But that's not really the story. It's not a story about Christianity. The writer didn't even really have that great of an understanding of Christianity as a religion. They're just symbols designed to grab your attention. There's more going on there than the Christian symbolism. There's a lot more going on there. Damn. As I was bullshitting, I did what is one of my favorite highlights and blends on his legs so far. I actually really like the blue to green that I did there. She does downslide. She puts up with a lot. I also got her started on Attack on Titan, which I would not say is comparable to Evangelion. Attack on Titan is really a fairly bog standard mecha anime, complete with all of the tropes, but just really well presented, in my opinion. Better presented than most of them, to be fair. But there's not really that much deep exploration of the human condition in it, in my opinion. Yeah, that would be helpful, Datron. It was, okay, I'll tell you, I definitely was not ready for Evangelion when I watched it at like 13. I was confused by it. I was upset. I got to the end of it and I was just like, what happened? What happened? Everybody's just standing around clapping. What happened? Explain to me the ending of this. And the writer, of course, is like, no, fuck you. I had just come off of, like, Gundam Wing. Going from Gundam Wing to Evangelion is not a good transition. There are many, many steps between that. I also realized later on in life that after I became more familiar with the tropes of mecha anime, that the writer of Evangelion was writing a mecha anime as if he hated mecha. As if he was just sick of all the stupid goddamn tropes and sick of all the stupid damn cliches, and he just wanted to grab you by the back of the head and rub your nose in it. Like, he was using them as a way of saying, this is fucking stupid. Like, none of this makes any goddamn sense. For this to make any sense, things would have to be incredibly fucked up. So let's explore how fucked up they'd have to be, shall we? And like I said, as an adult, I appreciate it much, much more, because I've consumed much more of much more of said tropes, much more of said cliches. And he's not wrong. He is not wrong. Now, admittedly, many of those tropes began as much more meaningful ones. Like, children always winding up in these mech suits. If you watch the original Mobile Suit Gundam and the anime that were sort of derived from that in the real robot genre, you realize that there was a statement being made by the writers, particularly coming out of World War II. They were talking about the horrors of war, in which all the old men die, and the only old men left are the ones in positions of command, the ones in positions of safety, and they then proceed to send children out to fight their wars. This is an incredibly dark concept. It's also a very real one. But as time went on, as anime continued to evolve, as the genre continued to develop, it just became kids in robot suits without any real thought to the meaning behind it. By the time you got to Evangelion, it was just sort of happening. It wasn't happening for a reason. It wasn't happening because they wanted to draw your attention to anything. It was just happening because that's what you do. And that's not a good reason. I have never been a big Amuro Ray fan. I'm really just not. Pizza in the oven? Ever saw the parody Michael Bay's Evangelion? I have not. I have not seen that. I can't imagine that Michael Bay has ever watched Evangelion and taken anything terribly meaningful from it. He was probably too busy crushing brews. Every time I think of Michael Bay, you know what I think about? I think of his cameo in Mystery Men. You guys remember Mystery Men? Mystery Men was a great movie. Mystery Men was a movie before its time. It happened before the big spate of superhero movies really kicked off. And I think, if anything, it's more relevant and funnier now than it was then. But yeah, Michael Bay has a cameo in Bad Boys and Pain and Gain. I actually really quite enjoy several Michael Bay movies. Like, I'm not gonna pretend I don't. I think Bad Boys is kind of the shit. I love that movie. I enjoyed Bad Boys 2, for that matter. But yeah, in Mystery Men, there is a scene when Casanova Frankenstein, Jeffrey Rush, has all the bad guy gangs together in like his big crazy dining room, and there's the can't remember the name of all the gangs, but there's like the Disco Boys and whatnot, and one of the gangs are the Frat Boys. I got some oil paint on my fingers. Whoopsies. But the leader of the Frat Boys is Michael Bay. And he's the one who, when Casanova Frankenstein says to the the bad guy's all there. He's like, oh, I have a surprise for you. Come down to the basement, because he's got Captain Amazing locked up, and he's about to... Well, he's not going to kill him, actually. He gets killed by accident by heroes later. But, the frat boy who goes, hey, Casanova, can we bring the brewskis? That's Michael Bay. And I think of that every single time I think of him at all. I always think, can we bring the brewskis? Machine God, thank you very much for the reminder. The Rock. The Rock. That's an enjoyable movie. That has some solid Nick Cage in it. I'll take pleasure in gutting you, boy. I'll take pleasure in gutting you, boy. I do like The Rock. It's got Michael Biehn in it. How can I not like it? I mean, he's not like in the whole movie. But it still has Michael Biehn in it. That has to count for something. Your best. Losers always whine about their best. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen. That's not a good Patrick. Or not Patrick, Sean Connery. But I feel like you're kind of allowed to butcher Sean Connery's accent as much as you want, because he once played an Egyptian Spaniard Scotsman. Oh shit, yeah, that's right, John C. McGinley. I forgot he was in that movie. There's a whole lot. Catra. I was never a fan of Catra. And Tony Todd. That's right, Tony Todd. He's the one, he gets one of the VX balls shoved in his mouth, and then he gets punched in the jaw. Nick Cage is like, you know how this shit works? And he pulls out a knife, and he's like, you know how this shit works? Tony Todd. Also the best villain on The Flash. The CW The Flash? Tony Todd was absolutely the best villain they've ever had on that show. He almost didn't get credited because he only did the voice of Zoom, which was bullshit. The voice of Zoom was most of the appeal of Zoom. Tony Todd is, in my opinion, an underappreciated actor. Yeah, absolutely the best Klingon. The downtrodden brother of Worf. Poor Duo Maxwell. You know what? Duo Maxwell, he loses points because he did that bullshit laser helicopter umbrella flight nonsense. I'm sorry, I struggled with that one. And I know that that's a superficial detail, but it bothered me. Thunderman is a what? That Thunderhead over there? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Puck Duncher? I'm a fat, bearded, glasses-wearing white guy. I'm one out of every, 5 people. I'm very common. It's kind of ridiculous. Apollo 918 is probably more unique than I am. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I hope you left your pride at the door. Oops, that was too much.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
That's unfortunately accurate.
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and
I do.
Sexy Solaris cheerleaders?
I'm excited.
Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things, and more.
Oh, well, I mean, if there's more. Now, something to remember when you're doing oil painting like this is that once the oil dries completely, you can come back in over this and do acrylic detailing. You can absolutely, once this is dried, you can acrylic right over the oil. No problemo. I mean, give it like a dull coat first. But I'm just trying to keep that in mind because there's some areas in here where I'm like, oh, it would just be so much easier if I could come in and do some acrylic, and I'm like, yeah, give that a bit. Give that a bit and you'll be able to do exactly that. Everybody's a thought. You're having a weird day, Puck, don't you? I can't get away from the truth, huh? Well, I mean, I don't know what you mean. Even friggin' testers started making acrylics. Really? They're making acrylics? That's nuts. I mean, you know, it's what's in. Acrylics have a lot of advantages. They're certainly easy.
If you anger the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
She's not wrong, guys. Sounds like a sign of the apocalypse. Model Master Acrylics. Not like Tamiya paints. You're a box. You're a towel. Puckduncher, have you been drinking by chance? Oh, elbow's kind of killing me. Oh no, this is just sober you, huh? Oh shit, I hate to see the drunken mayhem then. You want to get high? Don't forget to bring a towel. I can't do towel-y. It's a bad imitation of a fairly stupid voice. I choose both. So at this point, I've picked up a fairly steady process for this blue of starting with my highlight blue, laying in some greens in the midsection, coming in with pure phthalo blue for my deep shadows, and then just blending them together. And it's actually giving me a blue I like a whole lot. And I don't want to mix in any warms to this right now, because I'm getting this nice blue. But I figure once this dries, I can come in with some warmer tones and try to deepen the shadows and add some interest. I think that sounds like a good plan. I could be wrong. Maybe it's a bad plan. Maybe I have no idea what I'm doing. But it's enough of a plan for me. I think you're right, honestly, we're the gamers. Like, I'm just going over all of my acrylic base coat anyway. You know? I might as well have just done it over Zenithal, because if I was doing this over Zenithal, the blending would have some natural highlights to work with already, right? Doesn't sound like a terrible idea to me. I've heard worse ideas today. A little bit more of this phthalo blue here. Kind of along the bottom. Touching up the work that I did earlier on this leg to match the rest of my process here. Add a little bit more green because I'm really liking what that's doing. I'll tell you, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me for what amounts to me learning a new painting technique. I know it can't be that fascinating. It is my sincere hope, though, that if there's anybody out there who might be watching this stream who's been thinking about maybe trying out oils, that maybe watching me really just fumble through it, and I don't think fail too badly at it, might give you that little oomph to give it a try yourself. Really? For terrain? It's an interesting idea. Can you in the chat help me? I'm starting to find glorbs on the projects. Don't want to do a straight up scrape off and restart. I'm trying to press them down and reshape them with scaling tools. Success has been partial in fixing them. WJ, I would post some pictures, and I could give you some more particular tips. If they're like glorbs of paint, like actual physical globs that have dried on there, I would honestly recommend a hobby blade. Like, come in and actually cut them off, and then touch the spot up with primer and repaint it. Just that spot, though. And yeah, thin your paints more. Definitely. If you're having glorbs, then definitely that is an indication that your paint should be thinner. The other option, WJ, is to just keep painting new things and look out for old mistakes. I tell myself all the time, I'm going to come back and I'm going to repaint this. I'm going to update this. I'm going to make it. It's all bullshit. I never mean it. My crappy old paint jobs stay crappy old paint jobs, and I just do new, better paint jobs. There's nothing wrong with that. Maybe you just keep the glorbs as, you know, a marker of where you were before. Give it a few years and you may be shocked at how much you miss having some models that honestly look like shit, so you can go, hey, look how far I've come. I'm glad that I kept some of the earliest figures that I painted when I got started again out in California, because in recent years I've been able to pull them out as comparison pieces. I always recommend people try to keep some of their earliest work, if not their earliest work, just the way they did it. You guys mind coming to the Courtesy Flush channel on YouTube and or Twitch this Friday evening? Main Shadowrun character in their campaign will be doing his retirement mission. I'll check it out, man. I'll be around. How big is my brain? It's a good question. How big is my skull? I mean, pretty big, but I think it's also fairly thick, so that doesn't necessarily mean anything. I give it like a... You know, like one of those small beef chubs that you get when you go to the grocery store? It's probably about like that. I got about a beef chub. Something I've done in the past that can work came up on the fly with a friend of mine. The miniature is not clear-coated. You could use a clean, damp, dry brush on a glorb spot to sort of scrub off the spot. Yeah, that could definitely work as well. And yeah, that's a good idea from We're the Gamers. Go ahead and post that in the self-promotion so that people can see it. And do me a favor and ping me personally so that I don't forget. Give me some reminders, because I'm likely to forget by then. Forget my damn head if it weren't screwed on. I don't think it's an oxymoron so much as it's just kind of ironic. And to be fair, I don't think dry brush is a noun. Like, I know we say, this is my dry brush, but really it's a brush that you use for dry brushing, because dry brushing is a technique. Dry brush is a verb. A dry brushing brush. Thank you, Samara. I feel better about that now. Yeah, go ahead and do it on... That's perfectly fine. Damn, that blend just went so much easier than the blends that I started with on this model. That's good. That's good news. Grab some more phthalo blue. At this point, I've just established a procedure with my three colors, which would be my highlight blue, I'm doing on the lower right corner, and then I'll do some green, some thin layer of that green in the middle, and then I'll do the opposite corner in the phthalo blue, and then I just come in and blend it. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I was actually kind of thinking about that.
You know, there's something
gamers.
about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye, and sometimes a tightness to my pants.
More often
This
than you
stream has a lot of the latter.
More often than you think. But no, you're absolutely right. Some turquoise shadows in the gray parts for the light reflecting off the rest of the blue. I think that that's going to be lovely. Rocket! Yeah, Puckduncher, are you sure you're not in some sort of medical distress? Should we call someone, maybe? Phthalo Blue and Phthalo Green blend together so absolutely gorgeously. Use that over a straight grayscale primer for quick and easy rock. Interesting. Huge step forward from the round facer. Yeah, no, thank you very much for saying so, Samara. I agree. This is... Let's just do a quick comparison. I didn't get to the Thug today. I'll probably get some extracurricular painting done on that one. Yeah, probably the opposite of distress at the moment. Puckduncher seems like they're having just a great day. But yeah, let's compare. I was just fooling around with laying down oils and how they moved on this guy. And last week when I painted this guy, I was like, I was so impressed with myself. I was like, whoa, look at the depth you can get in the green. Wow, 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 woo, wow. I think I actually said, if not that, something very close. And no, I agree. I think that particularly the warm shading on this green came out well. But I came out of this one thinking I didn't take my highlights high enough. I didn't, first of all, I didn't start dark enough. And then I didn't go high enough. I should have just gone straight to that ochre yellow. But then compare that to this. And I mean, holy shit. This is a world of difference. In my opinion. I think the shadows on this Dougram are... These are some of the better shadows I've done, and this is, like I've said, this has just been experimental day. Yeah. I'm just leaving it off for now, we're the gamers, because I'm really trying to just get my blending technique down. Rather than play too much with the colors, but we'll get back into playing with the colors, with adding in some more warm tones. I'll tell you, this is far from the last mech I'm going to be painting using these techniques. Now, I will say something I'm thinking about doing, We're the Gamers, is I might come into these white parts on the mech and darken them significantly, like hit them with a couple of heavy black washes. Because I'm realizing I really want a nice dark tone to start with when I start doing the blends. Particularly if I'm going to be doing white over this, a nice dark gray will be just fine. As it is, they're almost too late. Help me is seeing someone mention taking a black and white pick to help the contrast and things. I'll often start with just black and white. For that reason, actually, because it helps me see the scale of the colors. Of the light, you know? I can see the light much I mean, everybody can see the light hitting something much easier in black and white when you're not confusing yourself with what colors should actually be involved. And then you just work with the scale once you've decided what colors you want to be over that. Well, thank you very much, Hardy1247. But we are coming right up on about 3.5 hours. And I think you probably know what that means. Let me swish my brushes in a little bit of mineral spirits here, just to give them a little bit of a head start before I go give them a cleaning. I will say that the oil paints actually they clean off remarkably easily as long as you're using the right chemicals. And I had one other brush. Actually, no. I only used 2 brushes tonight. That's not half bad. You do got to be careful with this stuff, though. You don't want it on your fingers so much. And you don't want to spill it.
What stuff? What stuff? I'm Cat, and I'm asking what stuff.
Oil paints, Cat. That's what we're talking about. I'm really, like, I know it's silly, I've shown this to you guys a few times. I'm very, very happy with what I've gotten done on this tonight.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
You know, that's actually a good point. I don't want the BAP. The BAP is remarkably unpleasant. More unpleasant than it sounds, believe it or not. I'm just really looking forward to finishing the rest of this paint job. I don't know if I'm going to get back on it tonight. I definitely want to come in and darken all these grays, though, before I get to that point. I think that's going to be important. Also, I think I'll probably lay down my red base tone for the missile launcher and a couple other parts that are going to be red. Maybe I'll wait for this to dry before I do that. There's actually something kind of relaxing about the notion that I'm going to need to take this model and set it aside for like 24 to 48 hours. Oh, yeah, the color blend on this is killer, Cat. This is some of the best blending I've ever done in my life, and it's also some of the easiest blending I've ever done in my life. It's remarkably simple. And if I come back to this in a few hours and I'm like, there's a part here that doesn't look quite the way I want it to, it's still wet. I can still manipulate it. That's pretty sweet. I'm gonna have a good-looking Dougram by the end of this. Oh, but that brings us up just past 3.5 hours, and you know what that means, guys?
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glor paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
Like you? And you, and you, and you, and you, and you. Each and every one of you. Let's take a look at what folk have been sharing. Hang on, let me move these brushes so I'll stick my elbow right into some fucking wet paint over here. Oh, only had one beer tonight. What's wrong with me? Yeah, that's probably some good thinking. Pick it up in 24 hours and touch up some spots that need better blends. And yeah, don't add any paint. Just come in with some mineral spirits and do some spot blending. I'm not going the We're the Gamers, Greg the Salt Miner route. I'm not abandoning my acrylics by any stretch of the imagination. I still love painting in acrylics, but this is opening the door to some interesting ideas, I have to say. Only had one beer because Cat hasn't been. You know, there may be not only correlation but causation there. Oh, Lord. It's a good lager, I gotta say, though. That Breckenridge Brewery knows what they're doing. Oh, my God. That's fucking adorable. That is a small pup. He's just... oh. And he's got that look on his face that's like, I know I'm small. I know that you're abusing my smallness. Why don't you give me another hand? So I could spread out a little bit. Doggo grenade. I don't have any small pups. My pup is big. We've thought about getting her a little small pup as a little friend because there's something just inherently adorable about a big dog with a tiny dog friend. You know? Plus, one can be more like the alarm, and the other one can be like the actual security system. Oh, he's just an adorable little shit, isn't he? Look at his little face. Look at his big wide eyes. Oh, God. Oh, little toe beans. Little toe beans. Machine God and Machine Dog. 5 pounds, really? That's a nice looking doggo you got there, Machine God. Thank you very much for sharing. Get her a corgi. You know, I've been tempted by corgis in the past. I truly have been. Chaotic Harmony. Did you just buy another mini? Me. It was an accident. I got a deal on it. I've had that. You look very pretty today. C, final answer. That's usually the one that I go with. It's true 60% of the time? Maybe? Possibly? Machine God, I'm sorry that I'm stuttering. And, well, here, maybe I can simulate it for everybody else so you're not the only person going through it. Alright, stream, so we're going to go ahead and take at this picture, and then if you know, of course, if eating a burrito, and I mean, this fucking thing is like... So I tell that son of a bitch to get the hell... Okay, no, I'm going to stop doing that. That's not even a good joke. That's really quite dumb. You talk about simulating it. You always... It's not funny, though, Cat. Don't encourage me, okay? From Rio Hassenpfeffer, a byproduct of something I'm working on that's posted in work in progress. Good God. It's a little cat. And she's spinning. I want to find something to do with this. You know, like, you know when the old Adam West Batman would transition and the bat symbol would be like, no. That... We could turn this into a stinger. That could be something. You know, like start in the corner of the screen and just go, no, and then you're on another camera. That's fucking ridiculous. Rio, what are you doing? What are you doing, Rio? This is getting out of control. It's adorable. This is better than the ayaya cloud, I must say. We're gonna wind up implementing, or rather integrating, a few of Rio's works into the stream here at some point. I've been going back and forth with Data Nerd regarding some merchandising opportunities. They're waiting on my new logo to come through, which unfortunately I'm still waiting on from somebody right now. But once we can get that new logo put onto some t-shirts, I was thinking about making available merchandising. We got Thunderhead the Lunchbox. We got Thunderhead the Doll. We got Thunderhead the Flamethrower. That's not a good Mel Brooks. Like at all. But yeah, we will be at least making available a few t-shirts. I was thinking like some coffee mugs. Because coffee mugs are a good get, because you can put paint water in those. Those are at least kind of on theme. And some stickers. I want to... Yeah, strap-on chainsaw dicks. Absolutely. What? How could I not sell those? Come on. We gotta be on theme here. Anyway. But I really want to make some of Rio's Blunder Thud. Fucking, you know, me as a Avocado Titan and Cat as a Titanfall pilot. Some of those as stickers. Really just because I want them. And I want to put them around, but if we're going to make a few of them, then we might as well make them available. Custom Storm Chaser decals. Strap-on rocket elbows. You guys are just full of great ideas, aren't you? That was sarcastic. No, unfortunately, WJ, I don't think my sound is fixed yet. I had what I thought was a fix, and it just wasn't. And yeah, it's been a bit of a pain in the ass. A jam jar. We can make Thunderhead jam. You know, I could go gather. I think I got a tree with some crab apples. You know, we can make some crab apple jam. Blunder Thud and Cat Cooper Cat Cooper. We'll put it on a t-shirt. If we're gonna make stickers, we might as well put it on a t-shirt. Anyway, I've been talking with Data Nerd about getting that done. So hopefully we'll have something to share in the near future. We actually do have a lot of juniper, as it turns out. I just watered that whole windbreak. You know the one had through. Damn it, I can't see my alert. Oh, Mr. Hawk Slayer, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. You caught us in the middle of the Storm Report. Yeah, that's that windbreak out there. I just watered it, so I've been through every square inch of it. There's a lot of juniper out there. Like, I could legitimately make some gin. You know, if I didn't hate gin, because it's a terrible alcohol. I'm making a mess. Actually, I got oil in a couple places I didn't mean to. I'm going to have to wash myself in mineral spirits. That'll be a fun time. Rio, thank you for sharing your just utterly ridiculous musings. Much appreciated. Want that paid? Oh, that's what you want on your mech, Datron? Good God, man. Come on. And coming down here we have from Machine Gun. Anyone here a fan of Guar? Oh, no shit. Also got Odorous Arungus, Flatus Maximus, Jizmac de Gusha, Beefcake the Mighty, Salazy D. Oh, Salazy P Martini, yeah. Sawboard Destructo, Bozo Destructo. Okay, there are at least a couple here that have joined since the last time I saw them. The last time I saw Guar, Odorous was still alive, so that should tell you something. Slimanestra Hyman queued up to be printed soon. Be pitting the scumdogs of the universe against my D&D group at some point. I love the fucking... First of all, thank you for blurring that out. For censoring the image. I mean, if you want to know how long ago it's been since I saw Guar, number one, Odorous Arungus was alive. Or rather, he hadn't left the Earth yet. And, they...
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios.
It's important.
Where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me.
Don't do it. God. Don't do it.
But as a cue of how long ago it was that I actually saw Guar, the celebrity effigy that they had up on stage to saw apart with buzzsaw arms and spray blood and urine out into the audience was Michael Jackson. They've come quite a long way since then. So yes, it was some time ago. The length of the censor bar, I think, is a point of concern. That's a nice looking mini. I always liked his head the best. The big trap jaw helmet. That's fucking cool. Really nice looking mini machine gun. I'd love to see the rest of them all lined up. Yeah, holy shit. That would be a terrifying group of individuals to encounter in a dungeon. Just absolutely horrifying. Thank you so much for sharing that print. Here we have from Hardy, diorama coming along nicely now. Dirt is finished and ready for tuft/snow buildings next. Yeah, I saw you were saying you weren't quite sure what to do with the buildings, but I'll say that the dirt has done very well. I like these little bits of kind of exposed rock that you've got worked in here. You've got a really good variation both in texture and color. You haven't gone too heavy with the dry brushing and the highlights in any one spot. It looks very natural. I mean, absolutely, Samir. Samir, everything I do is on purpose. Samir, I want you to understand something. Hey, Scud24, what's going on? I need you to understand something. Everyone in chat, understand something, okay? Everything about this.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into... more shame.
Everything about it is carefully cultivated. Okay? I don't make mistakes. I know sometimes you're thinking to yourself, oh, but Thunderhead, you made a mistake that one time when you did the thing. That was on purpose. I'm in complete control of my body, my mind, and my words at all times. Okay? Everything I do is on purpose. Everything I do is carefully considered, even rehearsed.
Of Cole Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
It's true, Cat checks the scripts months in advance. I'm notoriously slapshod in my first drafts. But, whipping up some small chaos-themed details to plot around the diorama. I look forward to seeing what you wind up doing with the buildings. I know that indecision can be a bit of a bitch, but yeah, if you keep working on the other parts, I think it'll come to you naturally. I just want you to understand that it's like the mistakes are actually sometimes harder to come up with than the wins. But if I didn't plot the mistakes, if I didn't say the stupid things, it wouldn't be as meaningful and as entertaining when I then did and said the right things. You see how that works? I like to keep your expectations right just at this perfect Goldilocks zone. Of course I'm still going. It will go for precisely as long as I've scheduled it, Samir. Samir isn't even a real person. That's one of my other screen names. That's good, Shock21. You should all be not fooled. No, nobody's fooled. It's very serious. It's definitely what I'm doing. Moving on. So, here we have from Kevin Kitsune, finished his Outrider Sergeants. I really dig the blue-red paint scheme. I like the classic hazard stripes on the chainsword. I appreciate the inclusion of some vegetation. Kevin Kitsune, if you are interested at all in critique for this model, I would say that the only two things that jump out at me as something that I would do, if you care, because it looks really good. The grit on the base and the plants. I know that it's tempting to just put them on and be like, well, they look natural. You would help the overall scale of the mini and particularly help with shading if you paint them. I know it seems silly when you're using already green bits of fake plant, but honestly, if you throw a little bit of primer down on there and you just paint them, give them a little bit of a dry brush, give them a little bit of depth, they look a little less flat. Yeah, exactly. As Vergadoring says, put them on the base, and then slap even just some brush-on primer if that's what you got. And then give them a little bit of paint. It'll give them some slightly more depth, and it'll make them seem more in scale with the miniature. And they'll really complement it quite a lot. Based. Yeah, wipe on some based. Some texture based. That's definitely what I'm talking about, Samare. Does it make me sound horrible that I'm mixing Chinese, Japanese, and other various buildings from across Asia to make a generic Asian tile set for use in compelling no, because they are kind of generically space Asian. I don't think when we've transitioned into a fictional future where there are generic space Asians that you're going to do any worse than they already did, WJ. It might not be the most culturally sensitive thing you've done even today. But we're talking about Battletech, man. It's not exactly culturally sensitive. I mean, unless you're, actively indulging in negative stereotypes, I think you're probably just fine. But yeah, if you paint these, particularly the sand here on the base, and give it a little bit of a dry brush, it'll just kind of bring everything in scale with the mini. I love the color scheme. I love the hazard stripes. I see that we've got... this is the first guy back here, and then we've got the other sergeant up here. Yeah, same thing with this. A little bit of paint would just go a long way. It's the paint job looks great, though, Kevin Kitsune. You've got a nice, smooth base coat. If I were looking at this and someone said, what do I need to improve on as a painter? I would say that just leaning into shading and highlights. That's the next step. That's the next step that I'm seeing, is just generally and broadly shading and highlights. I think that is your next step as a painter. But if I were going to improve these models doing nothing else, some paint on the plants and the basing. Absolutely. But really nice paint jobs, Kevin Kitsune. And absolutely keep up the good work, and thank you very much for sharing with us. Here we have some Shadow 31 work here. First mini ever airbrushed. Really nice and easy base coat, even if I forgot to spray the underside of the lead. You didn't have to tell us, Shadow 31. You could have said nothing at all, and we probably never would have noticed. You know that, right? It just would have looked like a shadow, for God's sake. I would have been like, wow, what a great shadow. You could have passed it off. You just didn't. Amateurs, man. Amateurs. First mini ever airbrushed, huh? You get a nice, even coat with an airbrush, as long as you're careful. I'll tell you, once I started using airbrushes and I realized that if I'm really being anal about it, I can lay down a layer of paint that's like 1 micron thick. Did my music stop? It did. Unfuck yourself, Pretzel. What are you doing? Why are you stuck on this one stupid song? And it won't... Hang on a second. I'm going to restart Pretzel. Pretzel has elected to remain fucked. Unfortunately true. Loading? Are we just loading? Come on, Pretzel. What are you doing to me, man? Without music, people are going to understand just how boring and puerile my commentary is. This isn't acceptable. Alright, I think Pretzel's having some issues. So, we're just going to carry on with the storm report for now, and hopefully that actually catches up at some point. Nice looking smooth airbrush job, though. Yeah, I always, whenever I'm doing airbrushing, I usually start from the bottom. I'll start spraying from the bottom because it's really easy to miss those low down angles. But hey, that's a nice base coat. So the next thing you need to do now that you've started airbrushing is experiment with zenithal priming. Zenithal priming is going to change your life, Shadow 31. It at least changed small parts of mine. Rogue 19K, this hold down Bradley gives off serious Smudge the Cat vibe. It does kind of have a little bit of attitude to it, doesn't it? Oh, huh? Just peeking up a little bit. Here we have from Carbonic Acid, Cuzco's Loot Llamas, finally finished, and here we have the whole battalion. Look at them. Look at these colorful bastards. Looks like we got a... What is that? What mech is this down here? Why does it look like someone combined a trebuchet with a Phoenix Hawk? I don't feel like I've seen that one before. Yeah, Pretzel just isn't going to cooperate. Apparently. Which is it's frustrating. Really is. Try reloading again. That's a Stinger? Huh. I have not seen that model of the Stinger. It looks to me like somebody... well, I can't see its head very clearly. I think that's why maybe I thought it was a trebuchet at first. Oh, Jenner right over here. I love Jenners. Jenners are such good-looking mechs. That is a fucking fantastic group of mechs, Carbonic Acid. Congratulations! Putting the finishing touches on a large project. Pretzel, what? I just want music! Alright, let's keep going. It's done. It's done. No, seriously though, man. I know that feeling of tying the bow on a big project that you've been working on for a long time. It is a massive relief. So, to you, Carbonic Acid, my congratulations. Like, really. You can breathe easy, you can take a step back, and you can start looking at the next project, because you know you got one. You know you got one. You already know what it is. That's how I felt with the Desert Desperados, the Desert Desperados. Decker's Diabolical Dingleberries. That is a nice bunch of mechs that you did there, though, Chaotic Harmony. I have to say, I can't play it, Chaotic. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that my sound is not fixed by now. It's fucking stupid. I would say go ahead and post this over in one of the other... go ahead and post it in general so people can go ahead and listen to it. I apologize. Now, I know it's not working right now, White Wolf. I know, like, there's no fucking point in even trying. Like, the way it's set up right now, it should play. But look, I'm going to click the button and nothing's going to happen, okay? And I'm irritated about it. I am explicitly irritated about the fact that it's not working. At least I heard it. That's something. Maybe you can enjoy it vicariously through my facial reactions. Hang on. I'll repeat it. It was more of a... Right there. That was it. That was the one. Recommendation: if you can't play the audio file in Discord, just quickly download and play in a media player that your stream will accept. It won't. No, because it's not that. It is that desktop audio, for whatever reason, is echoing. And I appreciate the suggestion, Samir. I do not have time to troubleshoot it here live on the stream. It just drags out. I've tried to do it before. It has to be fixed between streams, and I'm sorry that it hasn't been yet. You press play and Chaotic is speaking directly in my brain. He does have that ability. He does. We'll get it fixed. We'll get it fixed. We'll have sound clips on the stream again. I'm sorry that this has been a problem for the last few. It's kinda lame. And now I don't even have fucking music. Pretzel, you son of a bitch. You traitorous asshole. Et tu, Pretzel. Et tu. Quinn, an original creation by Jason Spikerman that he was kind enough to allow me to use for my project. Painted these a while back, but found myself looking at them again, so why not? Light Omni-Mech from Operation Lancaster. 3 different configurations and a picture on the right with the Atlas 4 scale. How am I getting followers in this time of technical... Who is it that's watching this stream and is like, look at this asshole flail around. Look at this dipshit struggle. He doesn't even have music. It's just him. It's just him and the camera and the microphone, and I love watching him squirm, so I'm gonna follow him. Alex Bizarre, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Usually we have music. Usually there is, in fact, music. Yeah, we do a lot of Battletech and Stompy Robots around here. Tuesday we're going to be painting some Cav Strike Ops, which, it's not Battletech, but it's a similar property. And it definitely has Stompy Robots. But most of the time we're doing Battletech around here. We even have some viewer redemptions for Battletech paint jobs. Let's have a look at this light Omni-Mech. I love the sort of saucer dish top section that he's got going on. What does it remind me of? It reminds me of something. It's not... It has similar proportions to the Guardian mode on a Lamb. But it reminds me of something else I can't quite put my finger on.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glue that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Not necessarily a Zaku, but I think it is reminding me of one of the Xeon mobile suits. It has a similar sort of shoulder-heavy kind of thing going on. Interesting. It's a good-looking little, that's just a light Omni-Mech? I love the proportions of the arms and the sort of curved outer armor plates, and he has a little bit of a codpiece going on. Isn't that adorable? I hope he's got a chainsaw in there. 20 tons, that's not bad. Samir, as always, I appreciate when you share. And then we got some Plog art because you just... Oh, there it is. Oh. Oh, no. If I could wrap myself in Plog's art and just take a long nap, I think I probably would. In fact, why not? I've got a printer. You know? Really, just amazing art. He manages to give such dynamism. I mean, are my nipples on? You can't necessarily tell that I'm not. I can't see my face cam right now. Yeah, no, I totally could be, and you would have no way of knowing, Roland. I'm just letting you know. I'm not saying I am. I'm just saying here's my hand. My chest is down here. You don't know what's going on. You don't even know if I'm wearing pants right now. I am. I am. Twitch censors. But, you know, it's always possible. That is some fuck... Yeah. And yeah, he totally has the forward swept codpiece. This is my favorite part of the mech right here. I don't know what that says about me, but I like it. Really nice work, and thank you for sharing that excellent art and those very cool mechs with us, Samir. Here we have from Roland TG. Is this a camo scheme that you're going for? I dig this. This is the kind of thing you could do with the clever application of an airbrush and some masking tape. I swear to God. Alex, you're gonna fit right in here, man. Woo! Hetzer be Hetzen. I wish I cannot even come. Roland, you've been here a while, okay? What do we say about talk like that, man? And it's not even like I'm trying to be abnormally or ridiculously, like, over the top, like, you can do anything. If you want to be an astronaut when you grow up, you can do that. You can go to space. Roland, you probably can't be an astronaut at this point. Dude, if you're not an astronaut already, if you're not a fucking physicist or a high-speed, multi-billion-dollar jet plane pilot, you're probably not going to be an astronaut, man. But I'll tell you what, you can fucking paint this. You absolutely can paint this. Anonymous Gifter, thank you so much for that gift sub over to Alex Bizarre. Alex, you can now watch the stream without watching commercials, and you can use our, at times confusing, voice commands from Chaotic Harmony. If you look down below where my face is, there should be a list of commands that you can use to play Chaotic's voice and talk.
I heard you like battle mechs, so I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
For instance. Suck it, Rogue. You're in the cooldown period.
Sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead's stream has some of those things, and more.
And the answer, by the way, Roland, is with either masking medium or masking tape. You can absolutely do a color scheme like this. What am I looking at here? This is an interesting sort of splatter. Roland, are these yours? I feel like I saw these someplace else. Huh. Interesting. Hover tanks. But like Sergeant Bilko style hover tanks.
There's something about Canopian
I can dig it.
cat
These are your
girls
friend
that
Larry's.
give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Or maybe it's just my allergies.
It's definitely your allergies. Larry! Well, you tell Larry he's got a pretty unique and very cool paint scheme going on with these guys. What are these for? What game are these for? They're based similarly to, what's that game? Drop Zone Commander? But I don't recognize them from that. Here we have from Manro Fasal some AOS Banshees and Glaive Wraith Stalkers. Ooh! These are nicely done. I like the, I mean, a lot of this is in the sculpt with the sort of face sticking through the sheet. That's really cool. I love the contrast you've got here with this sort of teal blue against the white and the brown armor. The Glaive Wraith Stalkers, that's what these guys are. They look very, very cool. I like the use of green and red on the base to differentiate from the very, not quite monotone. You've got warm colors up here. Now, the blue is airbrushed. It came off very nicely. Very nicely. They're very available, Cad. Getting Age of Sigmar models is not hard. You could walk down to your friendly local game store and buy these right off the shelf, I guarantee. They push these on everybody. Not super confident in your ability to pull that off. Roland, let me ask you a question. If you were to try that paint scheme and fail miserably, fail as hard as you can, what is the worst thing that can happen? What's the worst thing? Imagine for me the worst case scenario. Within reason. I'm not talking, oh, well, I'm walking to the sink to wash out my paint cup and I stub my toe and it causes me to fall onto a knife that fell on the floor earlier when the fan hit it. I'm not talking Final Destination bullshit. Okay? I'm talking reasonably the worst thing that could happen. It won't work. The model might look a little dumb. So you take those lessons and you try it again. You're going to get it, man. You can do that, but you can do that paint scheme right fucking now. I guarantee it. You absolutely can. Nicely done, Manro. Are you planning on doing any more to these, out of curiosity? Or are these finished? That's pretty cool. I really do like that blue. That came out fucking wonderfully, and the bases look excellent. Nicely done, Manro Fasal. Yes, dry brush. Okay, yeah, I thought maybe you want to... Because if I were going to do anything to these... a wash and a dry brush in a couple spots. Like, that'd probably be it. If you wanted to do something really cool... So here's something that I figured out that's actually kind of cool. I don't know if you have any of Citadel's Typhus Corrosion. But not just using it for a color. There's something really cool you can do when you want to do rusty, nasty blades. Is blot some Typhus Corrosion all over it because it has this really fine grit in it that will stick in uneven patterns. So you blot Typhus Corrosion all over it to give it a texture, right? Yeah? And then you wash that, or rather paint it like a dark ruddy brown, and then dry brush that up in a few rusty layers. Like moving towards a bright orange, and then touch it up with some silver. It will give you the coolest, pitted, rusty texture. What did I do it on? Do I have anything nearby that I did it on that I could show off? I don't. Do I? Hang on. Shit. Did I do it on this guy? No, I don't think I did. I didn't do it on my Death Guard. I feel like I did it on my rats for Dead Zone. But I don't know where they are. Shit. No, I didn't. I did not do it on my Death Guard, which seems silly now that I think about it. That would have been a perfect place for it. I'll try to find a model that I did it on, and I'll post pictures of it. Yeah, no, it's really a very, very cool effect, and I think it's perfect for models like these. Manro, really nice work, though. Brain Deaders. Just watch your review of the Ultramarine Lieutenant. Actually finish the model. I'll throw it into the Discord. I'd love to see it, Brain Deaders, and I'm glad that that was helpful to you. Here we have from Greg the Salt Miner. A horrifying stone hand coming up out of the ground, covered in an array of colors. Just all the colors. Just ever. Oh, I see. I see. That's where we started. Okay, that makes more sense. I was gonna say, Greg, what am I supposed to be looking at here? For the love of God. Yeah, there we go. So that's your base tone, and then you worked up the stone colors on top of that. Well, you put you put this before so that I read it. That's fine, Dark Fox. I appreciate that. First photo is lots of colors glorbed on. Second photo is the same model wiped down with makeup sponge. Ah, okay, you were talking about that. Third photo is 15 minutes of blending with neutral gray. And what was on the model? Ignore the fingers, I was focused on the back of the hand. Get my workflow across. Okay. Yeah, so you got your basic colors just slorped on there, just as sloppy as you can go. And then this was just essentially like dry brushing with makeup brushes. With makeup sponges, rather. And then from there, going in and blending it and working the colors out into the stone. No, I get the idea. That came out really nice, Greg, and thank you for sharing that with us. Super heavy wipe down. Alright, I'm going to have to get some of those makeup sponges. Yeah, how else am I going to misname the mech, the same mech 5 times? Like I told you, this is all a very carefully considered persona. I know the names of every single mech. Between me and my brother, we know the names of every single mecha in every single property, every single anime, and every single game on the planet Earth. Every single one. Challenge me. Ask me to name one. I dare you. Okay, so you know the rest of the joke because it would actually be hard for you to do because you can't just show me a picture. Anything that you would say at that point, I'd go, that's one my brother knows. Okay, I'm ashamed of myself. Anyway, Kursala whipped up a new variant of the Falx, so that way I have a nice round 8, which means I can bundle them into 2 alternate packages. This one has a large Pulse and SRM-4 in the turret and an LRM-10 in the hull. Ah, it's a big, brutal son of a bitch, isn't it? Really, the cannon here is mildly reminiscent of the las cannons from 40k, and in a way that I thoroughly approve of. It's one of my favorite designs. I love the shroud on here. I like this little secondary tube cylinder coming up on the side. What's the Solaris proto-mech with the shell? That's one my brother knows. Yeah. What's the mech in heavy gear that has a missile pack on the back and carries the equivalent of a PPC? Oh, yeah, no, that's one my brother knows. See how fucking easy that is? God, I'm ashamed of myself. I really am. You can just buy a package of cheapo sponge wedges, the same place as cotton balls and cotton swabs. I need to broaden my shopping list a little bit. What is... Huh? We posted a... I can't play sounds, White Wolf. It makes me sad. Oh, I remember this one. God damn it. Okay. Son of a bitch indeed. Well, if you're interested in the greatest hits, you can look up the clip. Because Cat of Comedy thinks he's funny. It's in the channel, guys. Go ahead and look it up. It's probably among the top viewed clips. It shouldn't even be difficult to pull up. I swear. Chaotic one of these days. Pow! Zing! Straight to the moon. Not much other progress this week, so have some volcanic flock/turf. Get the flock out of here. What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm turfing here. No, that doesn't work. That didn't work at all. It does look very volcanic, I'll give you that. I look forward to seeing that actually put down on some bases. That's going to look cool as shit. White Wolf wasn't kidding. I've had this guy waiting in the wings for a little while, and it'll be on the assembly desk soon enough. Edit. I'll eventually get another kit from Hobby Boss. And there'll be the Honor Guard. The just out of frame, large-scale Dictator B. Ooh, you got one of those? I tried to win one earlier on the Cav stream. It's really nice. They're big resin Dictator, and that's one of those where, like, I'd rather buy one from them than model one up myself. Oof. So many minis. And then we got some Lord of the Rings mixed in there. That's one of the older Lord of the Rings Mumakil boxes, too. And a big old A10 Warthog. What are you doing not building the Warthog yet, man? Come on. Come on, White Wolf. As always, thank you for sharing any collections, but I love collections. I love Shelves of Shame. they sometimes make me feel slightly less bad about my own closet of shame. Cyber Knight slowly starting to pull this all together. Painting desk is still covered in boxes. I love it when a plan comes together. Look at that. That's a pretty decent spread you got going on there. I love the massive shelf of shame. You may not be ashamed of it, but I think it's still technically a shelf of shame. Pretty sweet dual monitor setup you got going there. Yeah. The move-in seems to be going well, and I'm glad to see that, Cyber Knight, because move-ins can go very poorly sometimes. But the fact you're making forward progress and not discovering any major problems is always a bit inspirational. They aren't started yet. It's not shame. No, you're right. You're right. Honestly, I shouldn't call it the shelf of shame. That kind of goes against like everything that I preach here. You probably have a point there, White Wolf. Personally, I think it looks like a damn it chaotic. I told you to stop making up animals.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Our move-in was a bitch. Had to do it all in secret. What? That sounds like that has a story. I know Thunderhead already saw this, but I'm too proud of this not to just make y'all look at it again with my 1/6 scale doggo 4 scale. It's funny because this doorknob does more for the scale than the dog does. It really does. Look at him. It's the same look. It's always the look of like, why aren't I riding in your pocket right now? What's wrong with you? Yeah, this is Cyber Knight posing with his accomplishments. He left the man suit out of this picture because, you know, it's in the shop right now. I do just want to pet the shit out of that little dude. Look at him. You just need a little screech under the chin. Yeah. I like the organization. I don't see why this is shame. I mean, it's well organized. They're just all in boxes, that's all. There's nothing wrong with it. Let me board you, Titan! I'm going to check one more time to see if Pretzel has decided to work yet, because I'd really love just a little bit of background music, but I can't have it. It won't give it to me. You're just leaving me to fuck. Oh, is it working? Oh my god, look at that. I got background music. It's not just me anymore. I can stop crying. Oh no. We had neighbors that had insane criminal history and lied to get into the townhouse next to us. Long story short, we'd move in secret and took different routes for fear of physical retaliation. Wow, that sounds like that fucking sucked, Alex. I'm sorry to hear that. Which the records have shown many times since 2002. I understand in that case. And a couple of final submissions from Brain Dead, and glad that you were able to get these in after the cutoff, guys. Thanks for managing that. Oh, yeah. Ooh, there's some nice shading on this guy now. I really do like that red. I really do. Yeah, there's definitely some improvements here. You don't have to drill the barrel, Cybrin, but it is something that is done, to be fair. I mean, you can paint a little black circle on the end of the barrel. Honestly, it's not that different than drilling it. I'm saying I used to drill barrels. I still drill my Games Workshop barrels. It's just that I haven't done anything from Games Workshop in so long. You know? That's the one model I forgot. Okay, Brain Dead. I'm sure that's the case. Guys, it's the one model that he forgot to drill, okay? The one... Totally. We all believe you, Brain Deaders. We know how that goes, you know? That one model. And that's the one that we share. I'm just fucking with you, man. No, really some excellent improvements here. We got some deeper shading. I love the gold. I really love this red. I really loved it. I feel certain this is just a base coat and a wash, but holy shit, this red really pops so nice against that blue. It just reminds me so much of the classic days of Ultramarines paint jobs. And yeah, definitely a lot more depth to it at this point. Looks like you got some edge highlighting on the bolter. That's looking real nice, too. All in all, pretty fantastic improvements. Yeah, the blue's great. I really, really dig the blue. No, it's the red. It's the red that jumps out at me. That's a wonderful tone of red. You should use that red for many more things. And I know I said this last time. I'm just going to say it one more time, and you don't have to listen to me. because, you know, I'm 99% of the time completely full of shit. But, that red on the bolters would look really cool. That's all I'm saying. Can a micro amount of metal flake be added to these paints? That's actually, in fact, these paints here, I believe, the metallic gold we have here, which, by the way, I hadn't really looked closely at this, but nice shading on this. Brain dead. You've got some good lining around the edge of it to actually separate the parts out, and you've got a little bit of depth on this. I don't know if this is a single application or if you did a wash and a quick highlight or a dry brush or a highlight and then a wash, but the skull looks particularly excellent. But then like this metallic paint down here, oh, and nice work on the purity seal. I hadn't looked closely at that before. The other angles don't really show it. It looks like you've gotten in here and done a little bit of the text scrawl going across it. That's always a tricky thing to do, but man, does it dial up those 40K models. It really makes them look good. There's always Vallejo Metallic Medium. Yeah, okay, so I've heard things about Vallejo Metallic Medium, but I haven't used it. I don't know how good it is, but people seem to like it. Maybe I should give it a shot. Man, we are coming up on 4.5 hours, but that is going to bring us just about to the end of the stream. Is everything accurate? I think everything's accurate. That's right, because we are going to be back Tuesday, September the 8th, with more painting. I believe right now the plan is we're going to be painting some Cav Strike Ops. I know I've said on the stream before, we're going to do tabletop quality. I'm doing tabletop quality, God damn it. We're going to try to paint a whole squad in one stream. I don't even know why I said that, because now I'm going to fail to do it. But you know what? I'm saying it. I don't care. It's coming out of my mouth. Yeah. What are you doing, Pretzel? Did you just stop again? Pretzel's being lame today, but that's okay because we are just about at the end of the stream anyway, so Pretzel can suck it. That's what I say. Who have we got going? Looks like we got Machine God 777, 46 and 2. We've got Kalini, and we have Wapelius. Wapelius is sitting at 160 viewers. I don't think he needs a raid right now. And honestly, that's the point of a stream where I start to lose interest in watching it anyway. That's a bad time. That's not a good time. What's Machine God doing? Let me take a look. Are we painting? Battletech mini painting, working on some Sky Rangers. And he's been going for about 4 hours. Let me make sure that he's not about to, like, cut out or something. Because I'd hate to raid him and then have him log off. Yeah, get the... God damn it. Why aren't I subscribed to Machine God? Why am I watching commercials? This is bullshit. I'm... God, you know what? Who gives a shit? I'm not watching the rest of this commercial. We're raiding Machine God, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. So let's get that going. That is going to bring us just about to the end of the stream. Ladies and gentlemen, Locusts and Gentlemex, as always, a big thank you to each and every one of you that came out for today's stream. You always make it such a pleasant experience for me. Streamers, and more streamers should be this lucky to have an audience that makes it as easy to stream as you guys do. And a big thank you to Project Dark Fox and to Cat Ion for making it even easier on me. I barely have to do anything. I strap on a diaper and I load up a beer and I wasn't supposed to say that part. Well, it's easier than bio breaks, you know? What are you gonna do? So we're gonna go over to Machine God. We are going to be back Tuesday the 8th painting some Cav Strike Ops, and then we'll be playing more Dead Space 2. I think we're in chapter 5 or 6 on Thursday. That is the plan. Thank you to everyone who came in today. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the subscriptions. You guys are something else. I'm going to go get something to eat now, and I'm going to drop you over at Machine God. He's painting some Battletech mechs. Until next time, keep on painting.